Hello, happy Saturday, everyone. I hope you guys are having a great evening. Hopefully, you had a great weekend so far. We are going to finish this little segment off tonight and be done with it. Buckle up. Let's go. And by the way, it's an after dark stream. So if you know, you know. Don't expect too much. Monica, I'm feeling stalked. I might need to call the popo. Somebody call 911. We got some stalkers in the chat. I'm just joking. I won't torture you, but it is an after dark stream, so I might torture you. But I think this is what was going on in Lauren's brain when she saw the eyeballs.
What we've got here is failure to communicate.
Very likely that's what was going on. It's good to see you. Hey, Amy. Hey, S. Francisco. Hey, Karen. Haley. Nana Banana. Kay. Everyday with Jay. Lisa. Tracy M. Bewitched. Janice in Accounting. Selma. Catherine. Elise. I always get that wrong. Selma Blue. Thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the cabana. Linda. Hello. Yep, that's right. You guys do fall back. We don't change times here in Arizona, so I don't know. Hey, keep it moving. Hey, Duchess. Hey, Kate. Thank you so much for the support, Kate. It was a blast. I laughed so damn hard last night. So needed, but I felt hungover today. Hey, Ghosty. Hey, Sin. I'm sorry, Sin. I was a minute late. Hey, Beth. I was folding laundry. Hey, K-Brace. Shannon K. Queen of Hearts, Munga, Aries, Alyssa, White Wolf Woman. Good afternoon from the United States. We gob sheet, fire walk with me, always groovy. Oh my gosh, Jay, it was ridiculous, but super fun. It was a good time. Thank you for being a member for 2 months. Next year, I'm going to bug some of you guys and have you join us because it was good. It was really lighthearted. It wasn't chaotic. It was just a good time. Hey, Tinfoil Tiara. Bike Blondie. Oh, you're in Scottsdale. Hey, neighbor. You're not far from me. Hey, Mocking. Good to see you. Mocking, excellent video the other day. I'm looking forward to seeing what you do next. Hey, Jana. Gray Wolf from the Canadian prairies. All right, you guys ready for this? We're going to finish out her Mormon Stories podcast. So let's talk about what's coming up next week. So I promised you guys we would do the whiteboard. We didn't get to it this week. This week was crazy for me independently, like personally, work-wise, life-wise, everything outside of YouTube. So I apologize again. We didn't get to the whiteboard, but I've been debating on how to go about building the timeline visually with you guys using the whiteboard. And there's 3 main topics that I want to kind of stick to: characters, the controlled narrative, and the chaos. So those are the kind of the 3 areas of interest for me. And that branches out super far from there. But what I was asked to specifically do by some of my followers who have been around for a long time because they said it helped them understand the bigger picture, was to take the filings that were provided by Sleuthy Goosey on X and inlay them in her 9-hour stream, because you can take her words and then directly correlate it. And I said, I can do that, absolutely, but it'll take us quite a few streams. We can't really marathon that. There's no way I can marathon everything that needs to be inlaid in one. So I think we will do that. That's how we will go about it. We'll use the whiteboard. We will build out our timeline by listening to it and then place them on the board where they belong, if that makes sense. Does that land? So unfortunately, we will be watching the 9-hour live stream again and inlaying things that contradict alongside the court documents that correlate with the exact time that she's talking about to debunk her own stories. Does that make sense? Everybody understand? Okay with that? Well, I don't think it's going to be, we're not starting over at all. It's just when you build things out this way, it's not, you can't just go, and we will do other things. Like, that's not going to be my full thing. That's why it'll be just one part of it, one piece of it. And it always sounds miserable. I don't even know why I told you guys. I don't know why I warned you guys, because hearing it, I said the same thing. Trust and believe. I was like, hell no, not interested, not even remotely. But then I'm like, okay, wait a second. You're right. When it comes to getting people to see the actual lies, there's nothing better than putting it, here's the court document, here's what she didn't show, but here's what she used to show or emotionally manipulate. There you see a stark right in your face, and there's no going around it. And then we will continue to inlay like the other chaos that continues to go on and follow a bunch of the other pieces off of it. I know it's a lot though. Hearing it, even, trust me, Duchess, was it you that I was talking to about it? And I was like, oh, it was Revival. I might have talked to both of you about it. And I was like, I am dreading this. But I get the understanding of what they're looking for, because I did the same thing with the RICO. We know she's lying, but they asked me to do this specifically for the people that are having a hard time seeing it and understanding it, her gems. Because unfortunately, although a lot of people left over there, there's a lot of people that there's care about, because they form bonds in the chats and things like that. And they're like, they just won't see it. There's nothing. And I don't know if this will help or not. But somebody reached out and said that they would have never seen who BJ was without having the RICO detailed like that and inserting. And I was like, yeah, I can do that. I can do that. Aries, did you just find that out? Or what happened, Aries? I'm like, wait a second. Did you just learn that? Because she's always been a troll. Yeah. I was like, I dread it. That's not RJP. That is in like the drama community, is it? Is it a different one? I can't even see that person. Hey, Cheech. Hey, sis. Yeah, I don't think that's... Sis, is that hers, though? I don't think it's hers. It doesn't have her name. It doesn't look like... Why would she send one to Jules of Thought? It doesn't make any sense that Jules would be the one getting one. Hey, Tangled Bliss. Hey, Music City Mom. Autumn, you're always good with it. Yeah, that's... Keep it moving. That's exactly right. Yeah, I know. Beth, I'm dreading it, but I'm just like, ugh, okay, I got it. Hey, Scaramouche. Thank you. Yeah, and I get it. I get why they're concerned. And they're directly talking to their friends that are still over there believing her bullshit. And they're like, why do they not see it? And I'm like, well, some people aren't going to see it. Some people don't care. They can be lied to over and over again. They can be duped over and over again. And there's nothing we can show that will ever change that. But I get why they're hopeful. Oh, Aries. JP has been a shit stirring clown from jump. I don't know why. Hopefully that's not new to you. Because that's been a thing, Aries. Lori, don't feel that way though. Don't feel that way about being stupid. It's, I guess all of us were stupid then, because I think most of us never anticipated this. I don't think anybody anticipated to see what she was doing. Oh yeah, absolutely. Hey, rock and rolla. Yeah, I don't think it's hers. I know she posted it, but I don't have any proof that it is 2 joules of thought. I wouldn't say that it is what it is. I don't think most people are sheep. I just think people really want a community. And a lot of people are isolated, or this is where they feel comfortable finding friendships and they get really sucked in. Some people, yes, they just follow the leader. Absolutely. No matter what you show them, they're going to follow. Lori, we see it with so many people, though. This is not independent to Lauren. There are so many creators very similar. That's why a lot of them are clutching their fucking pearls right now, because they know that they're in text messages doing the exact same shit that Lauren's being outed for, we haven't even seen yet. Lauren's behavior, they're just going, oh shit, because they know that they were right alongside Lauren on the receiving end of these text messages or a part of this bullshit. There are a lot of creators that are even bigger than Lauren, all the way down, that do the same BS. They kick families at the worst, and then they try to replace them, use our court systems, and act foolish. This is not independent to her at all. Yeah, rock and roll. That situation with Delphi was really shocking. So the best I can see it is that seemed to start with Grayson being so panicky in Boise in April. Ron, a lot of people are saying that they think Grayson was kind of a turn of things. I do not believe that. Hey, Paul. Yeah, Dr. John, very cringeworthy. Very, very cringeworthy. Hey, Sienna. Oh, it's not shocking to me. Hey, Anne, there is a woman on here that we've talked about. Some of you guys have been in here when we talked about her. Most of you know who she is. Her name's allegedly with Brittany, and she's a tiny channel in comparison. But same type of playbook, just polished differently. It'll be 2 years in March that I have covered her on and off alongside other people. And her subs are still over there. Between July and now, they have given her over $8,000 for the supposed attorney that has done nothing but C&Ds. But she has the same type of playbook, the lies, the manipulation. It's just 2 different versions of it. Really not polished in any way, shape, or form, and polished. She's got the journalist credentials and the husband who has some credentials. So people in the true crime arena see them as experts. If you have credentials, it don't matter what the fuck you did. You could have scrubbed toilets in the true crime community. Oh, you're an expert. We should respect you. We should respect your expertise because you at one point in time were an expert. Bitch, what? Sorry. Nah. It's just like the defective detective. That mother, excuse my French, but I don't like liars or shady mofos. And he is as shady as they come. He claims that he's an attorney that's trained in statement analysis, but you have no idea who he is. He's not transparent about who he is, what he's actually trained in, what type of attorney he is. You're just supposed to believe him. Some guy with sunglasses on that can read you some shit off the internet that I could do the same thing of. And then he will sell you a deck of cards for what, $70? And you too can be trained in how to spot lies. Well, most of these people who say that they love this man, they lie so much. It's ridiculous. It's an embarrassment. Hey, Passion for Victims. Hey, Angie. Sorry, I didn't catch y'all coming in. Oh, yeah. Okay. So it's somebody in Florida. Good point, Cheryl. Yeah, it's definitely not. Hey, boss lady. Hey, Brenda. Did you know that HTC removed the last live with John after the docket recorder was doing an evaluation showing? Brenda, I don't believe that to be true. And here's the reason why I'm going to show you that, because right here, hold on, let me pull my screen up because I just pulled them both. And just so you guys are aware, for anybody that it might be new here, before I ever review something, it is downloaded and kept. So if there's something that gets yanked, chances are I have a copy of it and I just need to load it. So this is the price of truth from 7 days ago. And here is the first one. So if you're talking about this one, it's right here. Check the video section. You got to remember some of these are in the video section. People have done that a few times, which I have done it myself. So yeah, it's not you. Something distinctly to do with a screenshot. But I haven't heard like people, I hear people are running around saying that all these C&Ds are going out and people need to be scared and all that shit. Oh, okay. Let's not fearmonger over crazy shit. Hey, Dragon Classy, good to see you. The MLM. Exactly, Autumn. That's the best way of putting it. What are my thoughts on going to CrimeCon in Vegas in 2026? It's a no for me. Unless I was going to understand, because right now my view on CrimeCon is very not favorable in any way, shape, or form. I think that it's exploitive to have victims and their families come for meet and greets. I think that's disgusting to present awards to the family that's had it the worst and the crime fighter award. Like, these families didn't get a choice. Somebody murdered their loved ones. They didn't get it. And then to get picked for an award, like, oh yeah, there's nothing. I don't know. I find it to be gross. So it's a no for me, unless I was going to have hard conversations with those that are putting it on. I mean, I wouldn't cause shit, just so you know. I am not confrontational. Like, I'm confrontational and I'm aggressive, but I'm extremely respectful and professional when need be. Yeah, there's no way that's Jules of Thought. And the prices, it's the prices too. Like, I'm sorry, $1,800 for a ticket. Hey, Lisa, $1,800 a ticket. Yeah, Jay, we could do that. But the tickets. Yeah, Brad, agreed. Agreed. Hey, Classy and Sassy. Absolutely agree. Queen of Hearts, that's valid. That's a valid comment. We don't know. We have no idea, but all we are doing is going off of their public content, like what they have publicly displayed and shown. So that could be going on. I did find frick yeah, Jay, I'm with you. Hey, note to self, I'd rather go on any vacation than waste my money doing that. Yep, it's red seat. I called it pink seat the other day. I cannot for the life of me get this company correct. Ever. It's Kevin and Chris. Balf, I don't know how you pronounce it, who owned Red Seat, but Fox bought them, a merger or whatever they're called. Okay, good, Brenda. Good. Yeah, I just, in this economy too, like, how fucking tone deaf. I don't know. I don't know. Again, I think there's other ways of networking and connecting victims, their families, and helping those communities outside of exploiting the victims and their families. I think there's other ways. But again, that's just me. Maybe we should make our own, but we'd have to have some multi-million-dollar backer. Just joking. I say we go on an island vacation. I'm with you too. I say, here's my thought. If I had $1 million backer and could do anything to help victims and their families, here's I'll tell you straight out. Some of you know this already. I would have a healing retreat, meaning I would have a couple tiny houses on a piece of property with some mini cows, some chickens, mini cows, chipmunk, therapist, access to mental health therapists, which I happen to know quite a few of those. Maybe some like massage therapy, cupping, like that. They would have access to those types of things, and families, victims would get to come up there and stay for free, a sponsorship or whatever. That's what I would do. That would be what I would do for victims and their families instead of exploit them for fucking tickets at CrimeCon. Like, how is that healing? How is CrimeCon healing for these victims? Doesn't make sense. Oh, Lisa, interesting. Advocacy Con? What's that, Willa? Is that really a thing? Is that really a thing? I'm like stunned right now, hoping that that's not a thing. Oh, maybe it's a good thing if John's involved. Warden Arts. That might be something completely different, and it might just be for legit trained advocates, which that could be a good thing. The other thing is one question I have for you guys. Wouldn't that be amazing though, Zen? I mean, right. Right. I don't understand, Jay. Like, that's the thing. If you're really wanting to help victims, help them in their journey of healing. Help them. I mean, this isn't, I don't know. Maybe it is therapeutic for some. I don't know. Oh my gosh, mini dash hounds would be amazing to have running around. Hey, Jinx. I talk about this all the time to my friends. There's a website. Okay. Hopefully it's for actual advocates. Okay. Oh, great. We've got another one. It's a thing. All right. Well, we'll be looking into that. Thank you, Willa, for bringing that to our attention. It's going to be in New Mexico starting next September. Okay. Well, here we go. We'll be looking into another one. Yeah, I was hoping it was going to be something legit if he was putting his name on it. But here we go again. Another one. But anymore, these big channels, and they don't even care. Like, this is my thing. If you have that type of reach, do some look into understand what you're promoting, but I don't think half of them care. I think they just get paid to promote this shit and don't even look into it. But sounds like here we go again. I'll dig into it and see what the hell that is, because that's interesting. I don't know much about him, but I just know he's a bigger channel, and I would think people would be more in the mindset of, how is this helping victims? Oh, really? I didn't know that, Jay. Yeah. I don't know anything about him. I just know that he's a big channel, and you think that, again, they would do some research into it and be careful about what they promote. But here we are. All right, let's go. Let's get into this. Sorry, I've been rambling. I don't think many of these people even give a fuck anymore, if I'm being honest. And yes, for those of you that have a problem with cuss words, sorry, I cuss. It is a thing over here. I'm not sorry. I am 42, almost 43 years old. Some colorful cursey words, if that hurts your feelings, please sit and spin. Because most of you that have a problem with me cussing sit and praise these fake Christians who use faith manipulation. Lauren, BJ, I'm looking at you. They don't have a stance on a single thing that they give a shit. You watch them spit in your faces, rebuke you, use all of that stuff, and then you want to complain about a few colorful words. Well, I would rather be a decent human being that tries to be better and says a few colorful words than a royal piece of shit who makes people that have any belief system look like shitty, crazy humans because they don't stand for shit. So if my language offends you, and if the truth is too blunt for you, this will not be the place for you. Let it be very clear to some of you new people around here. I am not a true crime channel. In fact, that's exactly what I started my channel to stand against. I'm not trying to cancel the true crime genre. That is not the case. But the exploitation that happens to victims and their families, and people call it a career out here, is disgusting. It's not new. It's been going on for decades. But now that social media has taken off, you can be any schmuck and claim that you have credentials or access to the family, and all of a sudden, somehow, some way, you become an expert of sorts. You can get your way in right beside the family members and exploit them for all it's worth for 6+ years. And then when the mask falls, it falls real hard on the ground. So just be very clear. I'm an asshole on YouTube with a lot of opinions, and I push back against people who emotionally manipulate, faith manipulate, all the manipulations to tell you that they are somehow, some way above everybody in these true crime cases as they exploit the every single pain point these families are going through. I don't do true crime cases, and there are very few true crime channels that I even watch because it's just not my thing. I really like the religion aspect, the cult aspect, that stuff. That's where I hang out. That's what I like to be in. But it's a problem, and it's a growing trend. Profiting off of pain is a growing trend. Look at how successful OUR was. Probably still is. We have an intelligence agency who is court litigated frauds exploiting missing and murdered individuals. It's gross. Dog the bounty hunter. They don't care. Make them some money. Okay, this is Mormon Stories Podcast. This was filmed July 2nd, just for a reminder. The second episode. Oh, shit. What did I do?
Oh, I mean, I don't know what the future looks.
Hold on. I just bumped us all the way to the end when I tried doing that. This was dropped July 14th. So this is part 2. So we watched part 1. This is going to be part 2. Again, filmed July 2nd, dropped July 16th.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another episode of Mormon Stories Podcast. I'm your host, John DeLynn. It is July 2nd, 2025, and we're here for part 2 of an epic, traditional, long-form Mormon Stories interview with the Lauren Matthias, co-host of Hidden True Crime.
Jay, and I think there has to be a way that it can be done ethically. I really do. I think there is such a need for victim stories to be told. Honestly, transparent, I think that's important. I think there needs to be transparency in the justice system. I think there's so many different things that really do need highlighted, but it seems like the grimy of the grimy are becoming the faces of these situations. And there's got to start being some regulation with this stuff. There's got to be laws that protect victims. Watching what she did, you showed a video. Was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday when she had that camera shoved in Larry's face. Yuck. Yeah, Jay, it is. I played a video it's probably been like 6-8 months ago of a girl from the prison community, Jessica Kent, saying that her management team actually advised her to get in the true crime genre because it's so profitable. They're advising people. Management marketing companies of these influencers are advising people to get into the true crime genre because it's so profitable. Think about that. Somebody else's worst day that they will never be able to fix. The boss lady, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the cabana. Eyesore with Jackie. Thank you so much for the support. Appreciate you.
Podcast. How you feeling, Lauren?
Good. Got through part 1. Feeling good. It's like a marathon.
We're also here with my guest co-host for today, a face and a name that will be familiar to those of you who've been following Mormon Stories in the past few years, Mindy Caldwell. Hey, Mindy.
Hi there.
Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, John. Happy to be here with you and Lauren.
And for those who didn't catch part 1 of our interview with Lauren, pause this episode, stop it, go back and watch it. It's about 4 hours. It's worth every minute. But we talked about so many good things. Of course, for those...
Jay, that's an angle that I would like to eventually be able to look into, is the marketing companies behind these influencers that are running and getting some of the contracts for like the Dan Abrams network, the Law and Crime. Like, I would like to see some of these marketing companies and who is their managers. That's a different angle that people don't realize.
You already want to speak to the manager?
I do. I want to speak to the manager.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm a Becky.
Oh, Jesus.
Babe, did you not know my nickname is Petty Betty Trash Bag Karen? Hello.
Becky.
Joining us for the first
Kyle's with us
First time,
on and off.
Lauren and her husband, Dr. John Matthias, they co-host a super popular true crime YouTube channel and podcast called Hidden True Crime. And also, Lauren and John are consulted nationwide, worldwide as experts.
Also, I know this isn't everybody's cup of tea, but please don't, I really enjoy this. Angie, no, you don't need to, no hard feelings at all. I know that this isn't everybody's cup of tea. The sad thing is these people are all the same. They're all the same. Every single one of them. They're just polished differently. And I get that some are super annoying don't ever feel bad, please. You don't have to tell me. You don't have to don't feel bad. I get it. Cause there's certain ones I can't do. There's some really problematic creators on here in the true crime space. Spanky, Justin, Clutch Them Pearls, looking straight at you. Mob Crew, looking straight at you. So many other, Annie Elise, looking straight at you. There's so many that are no different than Lauren or BJ at all. They're just more palatable to some. Does that make sense?
On not only true crime, but they're definitely subspecialists in true crime connected to Mormonism. And it turns out...
Feed 'em beans, I do too. Sorry, I'm talking a lot. Kyle, do you want to say hi to anybody else right quick before I hit play again? Hold on. Let me go closer.
All right. What's up, Aries? I love your new name. You always get me confused because you change it every 25 minutes. What's up, Duchess? Hey, everybody. Thanks for having us again, Duchess. That was good. You did really good last night. That was awesome. I loved your characters.
Are you done? No, I don't want to interrupt you. They always say I interrupt you.
But I'm on the spot. I can't think when I'm on the spot.
They always say I don't ever let you talk, so I'm trying to let you talk.
Okay. Hey, Lisa. Hey, Kimberly.
Oh, no. Okay. Now I'm shutting. Okay. Never mind. Never mind. He just scrolled his comments right back up to be annoying now.
It seems like there's a higher percentage of Mormon true crime. Maybe Mormonism punches above its weight in true crime stories. I don't know. Is that possible?
Mormons create content for our podcast.
There you go. Throw it away. Her own religion, her own belief system creates content for her podcast. Now tell me she's not approved by the church to be pushing this type of content and or helping soften the narrative behind the attachment to the belief system that is foundational for the Mormon church. Tell me again, because that was all said right there. Oh my gosh, she just got the biggest grin on his face too. He lays back on the couch and scrolls his comments right back up, and he's like, "Well, since I'm going to be annoying, here we go."
So Lauren and Dr. John know a lot about the Lori Vallow Chad Daybell case. They've covered.
Yeah, I don't know much about her, but she does pre-records. I love watching her other channel that she does her farm content on.
Jody Hildebrandt, Ruby Frankie.
I don't know much about her,
and just so many Mormon and non-Mormon related true crime stories. But we're thrilled to have you back. In part one, we talked about Lauren's childhood, her upbringing in various parts of Salt Lake City. The
one thing I got to respect about Christina Randall is she has been in prison before. She reminds, you guys are going to get to meet my sister. I haven't even told my friends that. Soon you guys will get to actually meet my sis. So she reminds me similar of my sister being in prison. They have a lot of stories. They know the crime world pretty well once you've been around it, and they know the justice system and things of that nature. So they have a different perception on a lot of that. And I don't know, I think that's brings a different experience behind it in a different place that they speak from too. There's different things I can respect in a bunch of different people, but there's some of these that I just fake as all get out. If they mix religion into their coverage, it's a no for me. It's always going to be a no for me. And many of them do. Many of them turn the fake facade. Was
feeling like she wanted to contribute, possibly as a journalist in her life, but as life progressed, things happened that she didn't plan. Yes. Like her dad ending up in a very public lawsuit that resulted in him going to prison. And in addition, her trying to figure out how to build a journalism career as a Mormon woman who also wanted to get married and have children and live a traditional Mormon lifestyle. And the way that things progressed in last episode is her reaching her 30s, still unmarried, which is a shocking thing for a Mormon woman to reach her 30s unmarried.
It's actually looked down upon.
Scientology is a religion. Of course it is. You don't believe
You got to remember, we got a lot of new people
the
here.
evil Lord Xenu that took all the bodies to the mountains of Kilauea and froze them, and then in Boeing 737s. Fucking L. Ron Hubbard's a psychopath.
Kyle's here.
But she ends up in several unhealthy relationships and ends up marrying a spouse that I will say presents, from what I hear, or presented as very abusive. And that marriage lasted a couple years. And the way we left last episode was that marriage was on the rocks, if not was going to be ending in divorce, while Lauren was able to get a really cool job on a TV station in Boise, Idaho, after having worked in Idaho Falls. That's a bit of a high-level
Pocatello.
recap. Pocatello? Did I say Idaho
you
Falls?
said Idaho
Pocatello.
Same.
No, it's good. Thank you, Minnie. So go check it out. And what we're going to be talking about today is many of the Mormon-related stories that Lauren covered in her time at Boise and after, and ultimately her meeting Dr. John Matthias, really getting into true crime, especially.
John's struggling to give this introduction. He's usually real smooth on the introductions, but that was all over the place. It really was. Go ahead.
White Wolf, they get married so they can have sex and they don't have to jump soak anymore. If you don't know what that is, Google it.
Okay, we don't even have to Google it. I'll explain, because I've been using this reference quite a bit and very few people understand. So put a pin on that for just 1 second. A lot of in the LDS church, so it's frowned upon, of course, to fornicate before marriage. They are not supposed to, which is standard in many belief systems. It's not something here nor there. But a lot of them go on missions because that is what they are expected to do. In fact, there's talks, and I can pull them if you need me to. There are talks from the higher up members of the Mormon church basically telling Mormon missionaries that they must. It's not a if they should, it's a they must if they want to keep their parents' good name, their family's good name. It's gross. So the expectation is set that they are supposed to serve a mission for 2 years. Male missionaries can go out at 18, female at 19. Females, when I knew, it was 18 months. Men was 2 years, but I know that has changed since COVID. I think some of their protocols have changed on the length of missions. And they also go international. But the expectation is to come back, go to school. This is your standard Utah Mormon line. You serve a mission. Well, let's back it up. You get baptized at 8. Then you start going up in church every Sunday and saying you'd like to give testimony, and you learn how to cry on cue. I'm not being mean. This is just it. You learn how to cry on cue. And the biggest thing you say is that the church is the one and only church. It is the real church. As long as you got that down, you're good until you're 18. Then you go serve your mission. You do your thing for 2 years. Then you come back, enroll in a college or something of that nature. Or start an MLM. Fuck, that's accepted too, I guess. Then you are to get married. But if you enter college like BYU, because you're not supposed to have sex before marriage, they somehow decided to adapt a variation of this, that it wasn't the actual insertion. It was the movement that was against the Book of Mormon and the Bible. So it's not about, it's about the movement. So it became a thing. And this is, if this is TMI, just take it for what it is. This is true. It's been released by BYU kids. They will insert, and soak. So you know exactly what that means.
And then somebody jumps on the bed.
But wait, that's jump soaking. We got to add that to it. So that's called soaking. That's not against the doctrine, is what they have determined. But then, because they have somehow twisted this variation that that's acceptable, just soaking.
It's not docking.
It's not docking.
Docking is way worse.
If somebody else moves them, if somebody else does the movement piece of it, then they can't be held, it's not their responsibility. So a friend or a roommate or will either go under the bed and make the movement or on the bed next to them. And this is not a lie. This has been, yeah. So just a plank in it. Yep. Just a plank in it. I know I was too immature for it the first time I learned about it too. And now I'm not lying. I wish I was. I really wish I was, but it's a Utah BYU. It might happen at Rexburg too, but that is a thing. That is absolutely a thing that has been done. I don't know how prevalent it is. You ask a lot of Mormons about it and they're like, oh my God, no, but I do know XYZ that has told stories about it. Yeah. And it's just been a recent thing. Yeah, I wish I was joking, you guys. I'm not even remotely.
Why we didn't want the girls to get baptized? What we found out?
No, I didn't go into any of that.
About how if anything ever happens to them, who would they have to talk to?
The bishop? Yeah. That's one of the reasons why they really wanted to baptize our girls, because when we lived in Utah for those 5 years, I told you guys, we immersed ourselves. Like, we went to church. I played volleyball. I went to Relief Society. We went to General Conference. Like, we were immersed in the religion, just really interested in what do they believe in and why. And we loved a lot of our Mormon friends. They're great. They just have really weird belief systems as that part of their lives, but they're good humans. Not all of them are that way. In Utah, it's like distinctly either really good humans, really decent, good people, that's just their beliefs, or they're not. Super judgmental, think they're better than everybody else. That pursuit of perfectionism is front and center. It's a whole thing. I said soaking.
Yeah, Bobby.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, as long as they're not thrusting themselves.
Yeah, they can't thrust, though. That's somehow, some way.
Pray for an earthquake.
Yes, crafts and true crime. That has been something that has happened to a lot of them. Will run off, get married, do a shotgun wedding, have sex for a weekend, and then have it annulled.
Sorry,
that is a thing too. I hate that I know all this shit. Kyle and I learned a lot. Those boys taught us a lot because they were learning a lot. And so they would come to us and we'd be like, what? This is a thing? And hell yeah. I mean, Easter's and Christmas and 4th of July, I had 14 to 16 missionaries around my Christmas table teaching us all the things, everything they were learning. Oh, yeah. Yep, there is. Mm-hmm.
They even watched South Park with me.
Yeah, they watched South Park. They used to say, oh my. I'd come home and they would be in our house and I'd be like, what are you doing? We didn't want to go do this. Okay. Well, I don't give a shit. They're just normal kids. Good kids. Not all of them. Some of them are a little strange, but a lot of them are really good kids.
The Lori.
Hey, back to this now that I've ruined all your guys' evening. I know I don't have any answers either. I've never done it, but yes, it's a BYU thing. It is.
Valo and Chad Daybell stuff. And then, how Hidden True Crime podcast was founded and where she is now, both with the podcast YouTube channel and with her Mormon faith.
Oh, fuck. It's even made it to Google finally. When we first heard about it, it wasn't even on here. Mormon soaking is a sexual practice allegedly used by some as a loophole to the strict rules against premarital sex, where a couple engages in sexual intercourse without movement. However, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints states that soaking has no doctrinal significance, that it is not a widely recognized practice, and that it still violates their law of chastity. Many members of the church deny the practice exists, while others claim it's an urban legend or fringe behavior. it exists. If the Mormon church is even saying something, it exists. It does. It's, of course, they're not going to admit it. It does. It's more of a new age thing but maybe it's not. Maybe it was called something else. Maybe they just came to light. I don't know.
Right,
But
Lisa,
it's made it to Google finally.
Lisa, that's what they don't understand. They think they're going to get away with it. They think God's watching, but they're not watching the person jumping on the bed. It doesn't make sense.
Oh, and one other thing. You know how many things I've found in the girls' jewelry box that have CTR on it? So they used to bring, like, our friends would bring stuff for the girls. Everything had the insignia of C2R or CTR. Choose the right is what that's their big thing. So like purity rings, things of that nature, they all have CTR. Choose the right. That was something new that I learned in Utah too. Like they don't wear crosses very often. I mean, some will because they still call themselves Christians, but more often they will wear something with the insignia CTR. Strange.
How's that?
That was pretty good. It was solid.
Are you sure we're not all? Should we all go take a nap, or you think we could do this? Can we do this, Mindy?
We're going to do it. We're pushing through.
We're pushing through. No siestas today.
Okay. All right. So let's see. When we
Nope, Brad, too much movement.
left off, did we end with you saying that there was a divorce, or so did the divorce happen yet? Okay.
The divorce is, yeah.
Okay, Autumn, we got to talk about that for 1 second because I can't even listen to this right now because I'm still stuck on the same thing. What a friend. Can you imagine later in life having to like explain, well, yes, honey, back in my college days, I mean, going to college, being a young adult, you do some crazy shit as is. I mean, I'm all for it. Do you? But, well, because my beliefs say that, you know, I needed to be pure and whole. My buddy
No, Chalice, we're not
laid under, like, can you imagine?
Yeah, like the next day. Hey, good job, bro. You jumped
Yeah.
really high on the bed. Thanks. I appreciate that.
I mean, like, how, right, Chico? I wouldn't tell. No, that would be a secret going to the grave with me. I don't know. Oh, one other thing about BYU is it's really, really disgusting how many sexual assaults happen that are not reported. Because again, they are expected to go to the bishop. We know somebody that was actually sexually assaulted at BYU and never got justice. She went to her bishop. They brushed it under the rug.
Because they say that you're never supposed to be alone with another man.
It was basically her fault.
So yeah, so that if a woman goes to the school administration and tries to say what happened, they blame it on her for being alone with a man. It's disgusting.
Right, Amy? Right? We can move again. Yeah, Kyle's. Yeah, it is. It happens a lot. Like I said, we know somebody and it was completely swept. This is why pennant privilege is also a problem and people don't even realize that's being extended.
Robin, they have surgery for that. They get them reconstructed.
What?
I don't know if I could say it online.
Hymens. Yeah, that has been something that we've heard. I don't know all of that. But
they have a door 2 option as well.
Yeah.
The divorce has happened. We can.
And that's what year?
2015.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to back up just a tiny bit if it's okay, because I went through my YouTube Facebook Messenger, and I found that we had several correspondences over the years. And the only reason I'm going to mention these.
Hold on, Crimson. Let me find it. I'm sorry. This is an uncomfortable topic for many of you. I'm sorry about that. But it is. Let's see. Did she retype it?
Can they soak with a Mormon? Can they only soak with a Mormon?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's the theory. I'm sure you could. Can you imagine trying to tell somebody that's non-Mormon? Okay, so this is. I mean, I don't know. I don't know their standards on that. I'm assuming Oh no, it's fine though. It would be interesting to know, like, does that matter? If it's a Mormon, is that better?
Is because there's
Does it mean you only go up to a certain level of heaven?
You can lose it from riding a horse.
I didn't know that.
That's
Yeah.
what Robin just said.
I've never, I don't know much about that. I don't, what Robin's talking about. I don't know. Kyle's over here, like, reading the comments, like, what?
several Mormon stories that you covered, and you were a journalist, but you also were a believing Mormon.
That's the tip.
And maybe you still are a believing Mormon.
Okay, so this is the funniest shit though, because Kyle, actually, we bought a shirt when we went to Florida that says just the tip. There's a lot of jokes that a lot of you don't even understand sometimes, that are like attached to some of this crap. Just the tip, and it's used in different facets, but a lot of this started because of me discussing Mormon belief systems a few years ago and what Kyle and I learned.
We'll see how this ends, but I just want to flag a couple of the cases that or stories that you reached out to me about. And if there's any reflections you have on them, I thought that'd be interesting. Is that all right?
Right.
So last episode, we already talked about Prop 8 and how you find yourself being an LGBT ally or advocate. I found in 2014, you reached out to me about Kate Kelly and ordained women.
Yeah, I don't know.
And
No, you're good.
and that's, of course, when Kate Kelly was trying to advocate for women in the
Row to row, just Saturday night talking about soaking, pretty typical evening around here, just adding a little jump in there too occasionally. How was your night?
Mormon church being able to, obtain priesthood ordination,
Yes.
but also trying to promote feminism. And I'm curious if you have any, since you expressed last episode that you identified as a feminist, as even a young Mormon child, do you have any reflections on that whole ordained women thing and how it felt for you to see that movement come and go as someone who identified as a Mormon feminist?
Yeah, that's interesting. At the time, so I can tell you at the time and how I feel now.
Okay, so that's a contradiction. Mormon and feminist. For the women in the Mormon church, you can be more progressive, but women will never hold any position of power. The Mormon church is founded on patriarchy. There will never be, like, being a feminist and being LDS doesn't exist. They will never recognize that. You can be more aggressive, progressive. Your beliefs can be even more liberal as far as that goes. But practicing LDS, that's not a thing. That's not a thing, because equal opportunity, like the equal between men and women, you can even have traditional values, but their doctrine does not allow it, if that tracks.
The time of ordained women, when that was really big, I don't know if I agreed that I wanted women to have the priesthood, but I supported ordained women. Like, I supported what they were doing, but I didn't know if I felt as strongly.
Did you read this comment? Oh my God, what if we try soaking and he doesn't want to do it any other way? Gives a whole new meaning to dead fish. My God, we started this one off. I said it was going to be an after dark. I didn't mean it to go this way. Like, now you guys also understand why there's such an underground sex scene in Utah. And specifically, it used to be the top 4, or in the top 4 for states that had the most downloaded pornography. And it also used to be very high up there with swinging, because, again, not accepted, and like closeted relations, same-sex relations.
That was the number 1 Google search in Utah for a while.
Yeah, it was the number 1 Google search. See, you guys, it's not just me. You hear Kyle.
It's my fault. I started her on this whole fucking thing.
He encouraged me to, like, get into religion and research, because I had a lot of questions about, like, is it just how I was brought up? Like, is it me? What's wrong with me? And he really pushed me to and encouraged me to look into all different religions and realize it was a thing way outside of that. And sure as shit, here we are. Oh my God, some of your guys' comments right now, I cannot handle you guys. Oh my gosh, Crimson's a mess. Yeah, it's really sad. Like, we're laughing, but think about, this is why the purity culture, the culture in Utah, is so incredibly toxic. And the trauma, like, I'm not trying to laugh at anybody's trauma and pain or anybody that has gone through this. Please understand. It's just hard to explain or discuss these topics in any way, shape, or form because it is not okay. And I hope if anybody is hearing me that is Mormon, this is not okay. Please don't do this to your children. Please do not let them believe that this is normal. This is the intense amount of deconditioning that this takes.
The Google search was for, I don't remember the exact words. How do I tell if I'm gay? Or it was something along those lines of the number one search in Utah was how do I know if I'm gay?
Yeah, it's a really tragic situation and it causes a lot of trauma. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to diminish anybody's pain in any way, shape, or form because it does cause a lot of trauma for a lot of people. But it's incredibly difficult to explain these situations without some giggles because it is just out there. I don't remember it 3Ds, but I've heard about it, yes. And good evening.
Or to participate, I would say that's changed. So I remember living in Boston was when I realized, you know what? I do support women having the priesthood. So there you go. Yeah. So
but at the time, that didn't affect your faith much to see Kate get
Amy, that's exactly why we were thinking about like all the different pieces to it. And when we learned that that was something that they have to do is go in and report to a bishop and have the discussions about have they had impure thoughts or, normal thoughts of understanding your body. You guys, this is normal. I hate to break it to people, but understanding and being comfortable in your body is normal. As weird as that may sound to some people, it's normal. And no little girls should ever have to go in and tell a male stranger that claims to be a bishop. And these stories are oftentimes put in their records. They should never have to have communication. And then these are the same men that if they're sexually assaulted, they go tell, and they more often sweep it under the rug than not.
Communicated in the movement kind of be beat down by the church.
I reported on your excommunication and Kate Kelly's excommunication. When I was reporting on your excommunication, I interviewed you over the phone actually. And
isn't that quite ironic? When she was reporting on John DeLynne's excommunication. So here is this man who is being excommunicated from the church that she is still a proud member of. Think about that. She's still proud to be LDS. It's part of her identity. Oh, it's definitely a freaking cult. Yeah. If anybody, you guys know about the bite model, right? I don't need to explain the bite model to people. I said bite the other day, and somebody did ask me, like, what the hell are you talking about? We can get into that someday too. It is absolutely, in my opinion, 100% a cult.
To interview Kate Kelly too, I assume so.
Oh, hold on.
And
sorry, Kyle.
In the Pines, I was actually baptized Catholic and I was raised Catholic, and that was one of the things that turned me away from the church. Was once I started finding out about all the non-consensual escapades and what the church did about it.
But you weren't deep in ever. Your mom has never been. Your parents were like, no.
The other side of my family, my dad's side of the family and my grandparents were super Catholic. And I went along with it for a while, but then once I found out what they were doing when they were covering everything up, and those priests, instead of being reprimanded, were just moved to different cities and everything was covered up. That's one of the threads that started coming loose with me and my religion.
Yeah. Yep. Thank you, Duchess. Duchess is breaking it all down. Boss game on point. Hey, Blondie.
I just remember thinking that day, do the story. I just, like, some days, you're so busy, you're not even thinking about your bias. I was like, just do the story.
Some days you're not even thinking about your bias. Uh-huh.
It wasn't the case with another story, though, that I covered in Boise.
He quickly wants to get away from that one.
I don't know if I wrote you about that. Keep going, because there was one story in Boise that did affect me.
Okay. Yeah, I'll get there. So, all right. So, and that makes total sense. You kind of have to compartmentalize. Like,
It does. That's exactly right, Fly Girl. I'm with you 100% on that. I agree.
if you're a journalist, it's not about you. It's about the story.
It's about the story. I remember being grateful that Boise gave me the story because it was the only LDS reporter.
Yeah.
And so I remember being glad that I had the story.
The story of the Lamanites. We real mad here, or Kira. Absolutely. There's look into how the Mormon religion, the Church of Latter-day Saints, got so much control in like the Pacific Islands. I really encourage you to look into that too. It's actually really sickening. We learned the history from somebody from the Pacific Islands.
But yeah, right. It was just my day's work that day was to report on your excommunication.
Yeah. So as you're in those early years, as you're covering Mormon related stories, even some that touch on very personal experiences or feelings or beliefs you had.
Isn't it ironic that they have, okay, so let's go back and detail history for a minute for those of you that might not know. During the FLDS raids in Colorado City, or after, in that time frame when the Warren Jeff raids happened, in the years after that, Mike King of Profiling Evil was a police officer in the area. Not only that, but Lauren was one of the reporters, proudly one of the reporters on the ground detailing all of that situation. Tell me again that the church does not intentionally place members who have different access or means to help soften the church's doctrine that causes a lot of this.
It sounds like your testimony was kind of Teflon. It was just you were doing your job, and you probably weren't doing a lot of processing about how these stories personally related to your faith. Is that fair?
They affected me. Not
The fact that the Mormon church has never came out and publicly, extremely publicly excommunicated Lori, Chad, Hildebrandt, Frankie, any of them. The fact that Kevin Frankie is still a professor, or was a professor at BYU, is concerning. I'm sorry, the man, he lived in the households. I don't think he was probably doing a lot of the things, and he too was somehow controlled, but that's because their doctrine, I hate to say it, but it's true.
I wasn't going to church a ton in Boise. I'll say that. Not that I was purposely not going. I actually tried to go. I'd go occasionally, but there wasn't like a great ward that I felt great in. In fact, I do remember going to.
I know it's a lot, Tonka Girl. It's a lot to understand, but it happens, and it happens to very educated people, very, very smart, very worldly people every single day. The power and control is a real thing.
Church once on Mother's Day and leaving, in the middle of sacrament meeting. But I
don't get it.
I always cared about the people and cared about their stories being told. Yep. But I think what my belief is people. It's the humanism. It's the loving one another. So I felt that everybody's story deserved to be told, including yours. Like, I felt for you when I can't remember our interview, but whatever you felt at that time, I felt like your story deserved to be told. So I think I just always, that's what I cared about, is making sure that everybody felt heard.
If you gave a shit about these people that your church, your proud part of your identity, a part of your culture, is shitting on over and over again, you would not sit on this app in this stream and proudly state that you are still a proud Mormon. Like, there's no way. I'm sorry. You cannot report on all of these things and still try to justify. Nope, sorry, no. You used the way you used Adam Steed, the way he was used by so many people because he was the whistleblower on the Boy Scouts of America, one of many. Disgusting.
But there was a story. Well, there was one story I did. It wasn't necessarily LDS, but it did affect me. And actually I had to push Boise to let me do it. And it was about a little girl who was transgender. And
it's just, Robbie, thank you for filling in a lot of the details. I appreciate you. It's just Robbie knows what he's talking about. So if you have questions, don't bombard him, but I'm sure he'd be willing to ask or answer a few of those, because there's a lot of people in the comment section that can answer a lot more deep, in-depth as ex-members or, around these spaces. So please feel free. I am not the know-all, end-all. I was never Mormon. It's what I know is from our investigation into it when we lived there, and then what I've learned from other people. And I can source, there's a lot of really good ex-Mo channels that cover a lot of the deep doctrine and secret meetings and things of that nature. It's really intriguing.
she was 12 and she wanted to tell her story in Boise, and they didn't want me to do it. So I actually came to the station and said, I want to tell DW's story. And they said, our audience is too conservative. I was the only LDS reporter in the newsroom, so it wasn't that, but just in general, Boise's maybe too conservative for this. And I said, you've got to trust me on this. Like, DW's story needs to be told, because
Idaho, southern Idaho, even northern, it's very prevalent, LDS. Now, Idaho also has another cult that's very interesting if you like the cult rabbit holes. The Followers of Christ are also in Idaho. I encourage you to look up the Followers of Christ and Idaho legislation that was attempted to be passed. Highly encourage you to do that. It is horrifying. It's horrifying.
she also had this father who had to change, and he talked about burning her Barbies on the barbecue pit and lighting them up, and then he learned about the suicide rates, and he's like, I've got to.
We watched this interview in one of our streams from like 2 or 3 days ago. It's in one of her reels. She did these interview reels, basically her little collage that she would send off to people saying like, this is what she's done. But she included that in one of those reels, and we watched it, I think 2 streams back.
Change, and I have to have a funeral for my son and a birth for my daughter. And I pushed and I said, if anybody can tell this story in this town, it's me, because I am of the LDS faith. You got to trust me. And I went all the way to corporate. I was like, you've got to let me tell DW's story. And that one really affected me, because I so believe still to this day in DW's story and in her dad's story too. And I did win first place at the Idaho Press Clubs for that story. And so that was a story that really affected me again. And but that's probably not a story I contacted you about.
Oh, that's fine.
But that affected me.
Thank you.
And keep.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know what's. Keep
I got
going.
a
And
couple
then
others
there is another one that really affected me in Boise. But keep going.
So
Let's see.
another one that happened in mid 2015 that I'd forgotten about was the Boise rescue.
For anybody new here, so I have family in northern Idaho, and a lot of my friends are in like the Boise, or not a lot of them, a few of my good friends they're Mormon in the southern part of Idaho.
So
The Boise area.
for those who have no idea what that means, Denver Snuffer is and was sort of what I would call a neo-fundamentalist, kind of a precursor to the Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow. He's an attorney, lived in Sandy, Utah, and he started
2 streams ago, we watched the interview where they detailed more about the Snuffer situation
writing books about
and who he was, if you want to watch that.
receiving what's called the second comforter,
I love Boise.
which is basically fasting and praying and being as righteous as you can until you can get a personal visitation from Jesus.
We're all mad here. Have you ever seen the book Be in Health? or the YouTube page that correlates with it, that does a whole practice of faith healing. I showed it in other coverage. I'll pull it up for you guys. Hold on.
And he was the first. He was excommunicated actually before me and before Kate. He was excommunicated in 2013. But in my mind, he was the kickoff of this sort of 10-year span of Mormon church excommunications. But by mid 2015, and by the way, he had tens of thousands of followers who viewed him as a prophet. They viewed the Mormon church as fallen, but they viewed Denver Snuffer as like a one mighty and strong, called to restore the restoration, basically, and help get the Mormon church right, or lead a movement kind of like.
So there's an entire book that goes, this is not just a Mormon belief system. So again, how I grew up was a completely different religion, but this website here goes along with a book that talks about be well, all about faith healing. It's problematic. Let me read you a passage from the book. The book is called A More Excellent Way, Be in Health by Henry W. Wright. Spiritual Roots of Disease, Pathways to Wholeness. That is the name of the book that correlates with this. And one of the passages states, here's one about lupus. Lupus is an autoimmune disease in which the white something attack the connective tissue of the organs. I ministered to a beautiful lady in California who has been healed of lupus. She was medically diagnosed, documented through her physician's case history and testing, and is now healed of lupus. Today, I can still remember how her voice sounded when calling me on the phone about 4 years ago. She said, "Pastor, I just got back from the doctor, and he can find no evidence of lupus in my body. It's gone. Lupus is rooted in extreme self-hatred, self-conflict, and includes guilt. Performance also may be implicated." And it goes on for like autoimmune, every type of disease. It gives like what you need to pray for forgiveness from, to heal, the self-hatred and things of that nature. So manifested in your body. Same. Understand that. Yeah.
Like the Church of the Firstborn, right? And what's in Visions of Glory, lead.
And that's not just a Mormon thing. So I'm talking about faith healing in general, to me, is extremely dangerous. Now, again, I do not shit on people's belief systems. That's not what this is. I do believe in other types of healing, massage therapy, cupping, things of that nature. I believe that if you want to pray if that gives you comfort. However, seek medical care. Please don't rely on a book to tell you what to pray to get rid of so you can be cured.
Sort of a movement of true Mormons that also a lot of them happen to be preppers. So that all happened, and it culminated between his excommunication in 2013 and mid 2015 with a lot of people in Idaho following Denver Snuffer with weird fringe neo-fundamentalist prepper like Mormon beliefs. So you covered the Boise rescue, which was Mormon church leaders descending on Boise to try and...
I'm sorry to see so many of you have experienced the same thing. It is extremely traumatizing, and these are absolutely not, these illnesses, these diseases, sometimes they cannot be cured, and it's not your fault. It's not your fault. And I'm sorry that many of you have experienced that.
Stave off all the excommunications, resignations of people who became Snufferites. And I don't even know if you remember how much about that or how it influenced you, but that was something we corresponded about.
Interesting. Yeah, I think I do remember interviewing a gentleman who was a Snufferite about that.
Yeah.
And that is
fancy pants. Can you How many years of food storage were they encouraged to have at that point in time? Was it over 2?
Interesting, because foreshadowing, yeah, Lori Vallow loved Ember Snuffer's book, Second Comforter.
Yeah.
Loved, and now declares that she had her own vision of Christ. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much that one affected me, but
No,
yeah.
it's fine. And then later in 2015, the November 2015 Paul.
No, it's a combination. Unfortunately, lupus is really hard to diagnose. And it's a combination of multiple different tests that they know. Usually XYZ is high. This could be low. Like, it's a combination of imaging, tests, many different things, differential diagnoses, unfortunately, before they get to the lupus.
Policy comes out. So we've already talked about LGBT stuff. That's when the church, in response to same-sex marriage being legalized nationwide, just lashed out at same-sex marriage.
Let me make that disclaimer, Duchess. I'm not shitting on anybody's belief systems. If you are Mormon, that is not, I'm not like pitchfork, destroy Mormons. That's not the purpose of this at all. It is, we are talking about the belief systems that are behind Lauren and many others. This is how we get here. This is the fundamental doctrine that people like Chad Daybell, Lori Vallow believed in, and then committed heinous crimes with. Not every person that is Mormon is going to commit heinous crimes. There are some good people. There are good people in each and every belief system. There are radicals and extremists and all. However, the foundational doctrine here is a major problem in itself. And I am not trying to shit on everybody's belief systems, even if you're not Mormon. That is a personal relationship between you and whatever you choose to believe in, whoever you choose to pray to. I don't care if you're atheist. That is your choice. I am all about respecting people's freedom of choice. However, when your belief systems harm so many people, and or your personal belief systems harm others, you're just a shitty human. It wouldn't matter how it was polished or what your belief systems are. But there are certain doctrines and foundational things that lead us to these parts. So please feel as you want. I'm not against Christians. I'm personally not even an atheist, but I have respect for atheists. That's your choice. Do you. I stand on love who you love, believe what you want. Just don't be a shitty human and then hide behind all these other things to be a shit.
Married couples, and basically said you're an apostate if you get same-sex marriage, automatic excommunication for same-sex marriage, and your children can't even get confirmed or baptized or be members until they're 18 and they denounce your marriage. So you covered that.
Yeah, that one affected me. Did I reach out to you about that one?
Yes, we did.
Really?
And
yeah, that one affected me. In fact, that story that I did that day is, to this date, the most watched news story I've ever done.
Oh, really?
Really?
Mm-hmm.
On the November 2015 policy?
Yep. And I received love and hate mail. All I did is tell somebody's story, and people calling, saying this is not, someone needs to fix this. And
Whistle down, the name doesn't sound familiar, but I will find out. If it's to do with cults or beliefs, likely we have, but I'll check. Thank you for that.
I would get on the phone and say, I'm actually LDS. They'd say, this is not done right. I'm LDS.
They need to talk to somebody who's LDS.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm the reporter. I'm LDS. But yeah, that story. Okay,
I'm going to back that up again because this is a huge piece that people often miss. Listen to what she's saying here and understand this.
Oh, really?
Really?
Mm-hmm.
On the November 2015 policy?
Yep. And I received love and hate mail. All I did is tell somebody's story.
We watched that too.
And people calling, saying this is not, someone needs to fix this. And I would get on the phone and say, I'm actually LDS. They'd say, this is not done right. I'm LDS.
They need to talk to somebody who's LDS.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm the reporter. I'm LDS.
Why do you think she still claims to be LDS? Because LDS are going to be more comfortable talking to somebody that is LDS. She used that, in my opinion, to her advantage.
But yeah, that story, I told the story of a boy, a mother and a son, and the son was prepping to go on a mission, and he was no longer now going because his father was gay. And so that was it for him. The entire
again, we watched her reporting on that 2 or 3 videos back. It's in my timeline, in my playlist, the exact video that she is talking about here.
trajectory of his life changed that day.
And this hairstyle, for those of you that keep mentioning it, this is more of your traditional Mormon hairstyle. The long, curled to the front of the face. There is a very much a look in Utah for Mormon women. Like I said, and I'm not being disrespectful when I say this, there is a smell and a look with both the men and the women that you can just tell. That's why with Mob Crew, I was like, oh yeah. I guarantee he has that smell. And I wasn't being like mean about it. I was just saying like the Mormon men have a look, and there is a specific scent or cologne that they use. It's true. Is it not true?
What?
That the LDS have the men have a smell, like a distinct smell. We're not being shitty. It's just a thing.
And so I went over there and told their story.
Yeah, it's not bad.
And then interestingly, we don't have another correspondence, at least in Facebook.
I don't know the exact scent, but it is very, it's not like a bad odor. It's just something that is
like
very.
They use all the same deodorant or something.
Yeah.
It's just kind of a bland, like, I don't know, like.
It's just kind of a stagnant smell.
Used car salesman smell.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Yeah,
right?
used car salesman smell. Yep, that really is.
Messenger until 2021, where we talk about the Daybell case.
I don't know what it is.
So maybe now's a good time to talk about meeting Dr. John and what happened between 2015 and 2021.
I was busy.
It's probably all the essential oils from doTERRA and Young Living.
Yeah, interesting. That's so funny. Memory lane. Wow. Yeah. So, I got divorced preparing to, I mean this sincerely, preparing to be single for the rest of my life. I was like, I wanted to go to CNN. That was my goal. I was like, you know what? Like, I want to go to CNN. You can do this. You're on your own, Lauren. Pep talk.
Yep, you're right on your target path there, Lauren. Moving on up to the dumpster pile.
Not have kids, but it's okay. Or maybe you can adopt one day. Because I did want a child. I did date occasionally. I got online. Nothing was going well. I had no direction at that point because I'd never dated someone that worked out, like ever. Like here I am 35 and single. So I just, I occasionally wanted to try to date, but I had no real expectations and no real direction. I went out with some people I probably shouldn't have gone out with because I was like, I don't know. I have, there's no list anymore. I have no idea. And I actually was even thinking about what kind of future, it was for me. And you know what article came out at this time? If you remember it, do you remember Time Magazine's article, Jews and Mormon, what those two cultures can tell us about the dating crisis? Do you remember that?
I remember that.
That came out in 2015, right after I'd gotten divorced.
Wow.
So that article was about me. So
what was the gist?
I sat down and read that article. The gist was that essentially, as you get older, Mormon women and Jewish women are absolutely outnumbered to Mormon men and Jewish men. These two conservative groups. Men follow.
I think this comparison is really interesting.
Away from the church more than women do. So they're more, as you get older, more active participants in the religions that are female. So a lot of them are not going to meet somebody, essentially, or get married. Or if they do meet someone, they're going to settle. And they're going to greater means like breast augmentations and desperate to try to land a man and essentially settling. And I read that and I thought, yeah, what is this? And this idea in our church that, well, don't worry, if you don't meet a man in this life, you'll have one in the next. Like, to put it,
your worthiness is deemed by getting married, having kids. Like, if that's, and again, I'm all for that. If that is your life goal, dream, okay, do that. but there's so much more to life than that.
Mildly, like I thought that was bullshit. Like
it's such a toxic culture. Again, it is such a toxic culture because people that are not allowed to have children or can't have children, like medically cannot have children, are instantly made to believe that they are less worthy. It is, and then oh, well, you can always adopt.
I'm not waiting till I'm dead to find
just gross.
Love. And like I said, I was determined to be single. I was okay being single, but I'm not going to dedicate my life to finding.
But yet you spent the entire first segment of this telling us how not okay you were with being single. We heard a lot about your dating issues and how you never were good enough.
This LDS return missionary, you know, and if I can't find him, just wait till I'm dead.
Because there's also the Mormon rule, don't marry a non-Mormon.
Yeah. Like it's just, you know. So that article really affected me too. Like, yeah, this is, I sort of, yeah, I don't know who to look for. You know, I don't even know, but I don't think I'm going to marry a Mormon man either. And I opened myself up to other possibilities. And actually, I wrote on Facebook, speaking of Facebook, about that article. And that does play a part in my meeting John. So I'll read you what I wrote on Facebook after I read that article. So
this is
the Heritage Project. Okay, yeah. How much of the of Project 2025 is already at?
48%.
Kyle said it's around 48% of Project 2025 that is already implemented.
We mentioned this book last time, but tell us the name of this book again.
This book is called Escaping Emotional Abuse, A Healing Journey by yours truly. I wrote in 2019. So it's so funny too, because I would never post Facebook posts like this now, but I did back then. So here were my thoughts on the article. I said, believe it or not, the rise in Mormon breast implants.
Just so you guys know, we have somebody currently, a good friend of mine, that purchased the book and will be doing breakdowns of the overall book. So they will be giving us synopsises of her chapters in the book and basically a book review when they are finished. Very interesting.
And $1,000 Jewish dowries can explain why you're alone on a Friday night. Time magazine. Ha, that's all I needed to hear to admit the author had done his research. To summarize parts of the article, the Mormon dating scene is comparable to The Bachelor. In past decades, women trying to snag the last remaining good guy would work on her cooking skills or smile more. Today, work is often done by a doctor. It hurts that there is a culture within the faith I love where so many feel they are not enough. We've been complaining about the picky men for years. It's not new. There will always be men and women who measure worth by appearance. So let's try something new. Be unapologetic.
Yikes. It'll be really interesting to see what she had to say in 2019.
Apologetically you. Try spending your Friday night happily alone before spending it with anyone who is wishing you were a 9 instead of an 8.5. There are good men out there, wonderful men. I give men more credit. I think we'll learn about those good men and discover who they are once we love ourselves completely and fully. Once we stop believing we might not be enough. Let's allow the good men to give us some more attention, no matter their religion. Jewish.
Is her book at Deseret bookstores? Does anybody, that's an interesting thing. That's something we need to find out. If her book is sold within the Deseret bookstores. I bet it's not.
Men are sexy, Baptists can drink, and Catholics could be right.
Once, at one point in time, Tim Ballard's books were in Deseret books. I wonder if hers was. I doubt it.
So, I actually was embarrassed about the post after, and I deleted it a week later, but not before my cousin saw it.
You don't have to.
And my cousin's boss was.
You don't have to marry a Mormon if you're Mormon. Now, I think there is different things within that. I don't know about the temple sealing. You're not going to be sealed in a temple, anything like that. But that's also why they baptize the dead. So if you are not Mormon in this lifetime, other people can baptize you after, so you can be together as an eternal family.
So what just happens? Like if you're in hell, you just get like ripped out of hell?
Well, they don't really believe in heaven and hell. Yeah, your own planet. I don't know.
You get pulled from Pluto?
Well, don't go into your Pluto mess.
John Matthias.
Already been here for
and he is a very private guy. He's a psychologist and had worked at this nonprofit clinic for family and children for 10 years as their clinical director. And somehow or the other, he had come to work and said, like, this is frustrating. I just can't find anyone to date. And so my cousin.
I've told the story of our really good friend that was Mormon and married a Jehovah's Witness. Now, it was very traumatic for the children when they got divorced because they thought mom was going to burn in Armageddon. It was traumatizing. But yeah, it happens. I mean, you don't have to marry a Mormon.
Had learned that I had just gotten divorced, and she was younger than me. We didn't talk that much, and showed him my photo, and he read that post. So he said, he's not LDS, would she be okay that I'm not LDS? So she called her aunt. I'm sitting home on the weekend in Boise. I get a call from my aunt, my very LDS aunt. And she says, I'm here to call you to see if you'd be willing to be set up. And I was like, okay. Like, she'd never tried to set me up with anyone. She said, well, they want me to ask 2 questions, but are you okay that he wouldn't be LDS? Again, she's very LDS. And are you okay that he wouldn't be LDS? And he's supposed to be incredibly nice, and he might be a little bit older. And I said, sure, that works, Aunt Kathy.
Family members setting him up on a date, which is shocking. The reason why she's mentioning that her family's very LDS because they're setting her up on a date with somebody that isn't. So I wonder if he had money at the time.
And then a couple days later, I got a text from John, who introduced himself and set up a time to talk. And
remind us where you were living and where he was living at the time.
I was living in Boise, Idaho still working in Boise as a reporter. And John was in Las Vegas, or partly in Las Vegas. And so I said, sure. And he set up a time to talk, which was also like, wow, he's not asking for my picture. He's not trying to chit chat. Like, okay. He's just like, let's set up a time to talk. I was,
Or you mean when it benefits her in some way, shape, or form, like getting access to LDS members for stories she wants to tell? You notice in her video from her Patreon, I played portions of it, and then Jay played the whole thing the other day. She kept mentioning LDS crimes. And the one that really stood out to me was the Bonnie Corden one that she's talking about. Derek Corden was 2.5 years old, and his death was ruled a homicide. There were 3 people in the hotel room when he was killed. 2016, 2018, I think is what Grayson said, but I think it was 2016. You'd have to look. Nobody's been charged. Bonnie Corden was high up in the young women's, like the highest you can get in the young women's for 5 years, something like that.
Just sort of.
But of course, Grayson had to state that she had to do further investigation before they could cover it.
Whatever at that moment. So I actually went to my friend's house that night and I was hanging out with my girlfriend. And I just said, hey, at some point, this guy might call. And if he does, absolutely, I'll just go into the room and answer it really quickly and talk to him. But I wasn't like setting up side time. And
no,
she said, sure, absolutely. So we're hanging out at her house.
And just to burst anybody's bubble, it is, again, I've showed this over and over again, but it is in this interview where she confirms that she is still Mormon. This was filmed July 2nd, aired July 16th. So this is current time. So this is her now. And she said it on numerous podcasts since then that she is still LDS and proud to be.
Get a call and I go to the other room and I am in there for 2 hours. We talk about our past unhealthy relationships. Yes. We talk about murder. Hannah,
that will be covered. So if you happen to fall asleep or need to leave before we end, if you come back, that will be revealed in this one. We will get through all of this tonight. So that is in here. It'll be towards the end.
I learned that he's a criminal psychologist and I'm like, okay, well, I'm actually covering this triple homicide right now. It's really disturbing. Let me tell you about it.
Which was what?
Adam Dees was his name in Boise, Idaho. It was very, very tragic. The sheriff had actually said, and he was retiring. And he said, in my entire career, I've never seen something so brutal. But a young 22-year-old Christian man committed his first crime by going into a house.
No criminal history. I remember that story.
No criminal history. He picked a house on Google Maps. So it's like, this is like your worst nightmare. Picked a house on Google Maps, murdered the whole family.
This is going to be my opinion, so do not take it as fact. This is really heavy on my opinion. But I believe that she likely saw some sort of use out of Dr. John. I don't know if it was love at first sight. Maybe it was. I could be reading this totally wrong. But to me, with what she has told us about who she is, it was beneficial to her because hell, what would that do for her career?
Love at First Sight with Peter Griffin.
Oh my God, I found another video I didn't show you of a different style of hair. We've got curly, we've got straight and like swoopy, we've got short and swoopy, we got gray tones, we got brown tones, and I don't know if he is wearing a toupee or he just has 1,000,001 different hairstyles.
And then, yeah. And I was there that night. It happened, we'd heard that there were bodies found and went and stood outside the house. So I was covering this really
That's true.
traumatic murder. So we talked about murder on our first phone call. We talked about unhealthy relationships on our first phone call. He listened. I had never had a phone call like this in my life. And
if you guys are new to Kyle being here with me, usually we try when he's home. He works crazy hours, but when he's home, he does join me quite often. So the voice you're hearing in the background is my other half. His name is Kyle. He goes by Cantonio on here. But he's freaking a mess. So he is absolutely like me. And we are messes. Welcome to the shit show.
I hung up but that was that. I didn't expect anything because I just thought, too good to be true. But it was really nice. I thanked my cousin and said I didn't know what happened, but it's great. And
Separated.
he called. Like it's so funny because I was divorced in February and it was September. And we talked every night since, like, he called the next night and the next night and the next night. And we were quickly falling in love. I mean, it was like love is blind before love is blind. I hadn't even seen a picture of him. He had no presence on the web. And he wasn't asking for a picture of me, which I loved. So I wasn't asking for a picture of him. And so I was just talking to this guy every night. He was incredible. But at the same time, Milwaukee had called. The Milwaukee news station, who was part of our company, had called Boise asking to speak to me. And they were wanting to offer me a job interview because they had been watching my stuff and said, we'd like to fly you to Milwaukee.
It's a bigger market than Boise.
Much bigger market than Boise. and a way to Chicago, right? And if I have this dream and I've already set the stage, I'm like, I will not.
Well, again, they're not supposed to drink alcohol. It's against the covenants and the doctrine. But that is not to say they don't. Jack Mormons do drink alcohol. And a lot of even Temple recommend Mormons do drink alcohol. Now, if you can get a prescription from your doctor that says that you must drink a beer for your heart health every night, then you can do anything you want. And if you have the second anointing, AKA our really wealthy white man who's given a lot of money and time to the church and goes along with all the church's bullshit, and have had that second anointing, you can do anything you want. You can drink anything, but a lot of them drink booze. Not in Utah. They go over across the border to Wendover or to Vegas or any place like that so their neighbors won't see them.
Give up.
Wendover is crazy. Kyle and I people watched. We told you guys about that. That was wild.
My career ever again for a man. Like, I have done this over and over and over again. It will not happen again. So as John and I are talking every night, Milwaukee's calling.
Okay, and now here I'm going to tell you a story about Tim Ballard. So Tim Ballard, for instance, would claim he was out at the strip clubs in Utah saying he was doing practice ops. That's why he was at all these strip clubs. He was, throwing huge money. He even took his adult child to the strip clubs with him. Talk about disgusting. But he got busted drinking. And again, it's against the doctrine. Or the covenants, excuse me. What he claimed was that he would take the shots for all of them so they didn't get in trouble. But he wasn't actually drinking it. He was spitting it back into something else. That's in court documents.
And they fly me out. And so I'm telling them, by the way, I'm flying to Milwaukee for a job interview. And I'm texting my cousin. I'm like, look, maybe you should get this guy to come up and meet me. Like, he hadn't.
Thinking about going through some of those again too, to show you guys the similarities in how the belief systems are really at play by some of these people and how similar it is to things we've watched. Lies be told, the amount of manipulation, how they go about it.
He just kept calling me every night. And so anyway, we talked while I was in Milwaukee every night. He said, how did it go? I was like, it went incredible. They offered me twice as much as I was making in Boise. They loved me. I come back. And so he's like, he came back the week after I came back from Milwaukee. He finally drove up. And I remember when he drove up, it was actually another murder that I was covering when he arrived. I mean, Boise doesn't have murders every day. So he came up, we went to, I was very nervous. I was very anxious when I met him. And it was fun to meet him. He was wonderful. And then he left though, like the next day, and Milwaukee then called and offered me the job. And so I had to call him the next day and say, look, it was nice to meet you, but I just got this job in Milwaukee and I'm going to have to accept it. And I hope that we can continue getting to know each other, but I'm going to be in Milwaukee now. And that conversation led to him being, look, I'm falling in love with you. I know this is soon, but we need to talk because I would rather have you not move away. We're both, he was older than me. He had never been married. So I guess I'm sharing this because things went very fast. And he sat with me on the phone that night, not telling me what to do. No one ever not told me what to do, but sharing what he believed our future could hold. And
woo! But again, this is not out of the norm for even very young 20-year-old Mormon girls. Like the fast moving, married within a couple months. This is not strange.
Didn't think that my future held everything in Milwaukee. He's like, I explained to him, like, I cannot give up my career for a man. And he's like, I just think you're not looking at what you're capable.
I think they said they'd been married 9 years in that 100,000. Is that what they said, Jay? You played that the other day. I can't remember if it was 9 years at that time.
He was telling me, like, I just think that there are some opportunities. I don't think you should give up your career, but I want you to like just consider. And I think that things could be incredible with us. So it was going very fast.
Wait, what vision did he have for your career that was better than Milwaukee? I'm just dying to know what his pitch was. Is he like, you're going to win a daytime Emmy here in St. George? Like what?
There's something with the properties that supposedly contains hot drinks. I don't remember all of it. Love always. Somebody in the comments might be able to explain what that was. Do you guys know about Kava, my ex-Mormons in here, or anybody that's Pacific Islander too, I guess would know, but do you know what kava is? The missionary boys had an entire pot of kava. They brought this like traditional pot over with all this kava, and they loved it. I guess we found out after the fact that it's like kind of like a Valium in a tea form. Yeah, it's some like traditional thing. They were all acting like they were so fucked up. A gallon of it, they kept giving it to Kyle, and he's like, what am I supposed to do here? You remember, like, we've experienced psychedelics and shit. Like, we're not innocent, like, naive little people over here. So he's like, what is this? It's some plant. And they're all acting all fucked up. And Kyle's like, is it going to kick in anytime soon? Like, what is this? You guys need to try ecstasy sometime. Yeah. He was like, what? And they're all like,
this is the pitch.
He actually said to me then, I think we could even start a business.
Oh my God, it was fucking hysterical. There was like 10 of them in lawn chairs acting like they couldn't even get up. We were like, what the fuck are you doing? They had it mailed up from family members in Hawaii. We were laughing so fucking hard though. They all had it like, they had family members. So they had it shipped up and it was wild.
He said, you could be a reporter, but I think that we could do even something bigger. Yeah. He's just like, I think that there could be a business. I think you should just stay open.
Awesome, St. Elmo's.
Sounds like he wanted you to stay.
Yeah.
He was a man in love. Didn't want to lose you.
Yeah,
that's so funny. I'm telling the story.
But the reason why...
so embarrassing. Why I don't know why I'm telling this.
And then it have a really disgusting flavor too. Yeah, it was gross. Yeah. I wouldn't try it. I was like, nope, pass. Nope. Yeah. They had this whole like pot, like this. Do you remember where they got that thing? It was like a family member or something had this traditional kava teapot thing. And we were just like, what the hell are you guys doing? But they did all their like little ceremony shit at our house. Yeah, Kyle's like, you guys are lame. Have you ever tried crack? Come on. Joking. Totally joking.
I was going to tell this story.
Well, I mean, you just got through saying I'm never going to let a man take me away from my career again.
Yeah.
So I'm just, how did he, that's why I'm asking. He sounds like you did.
I know.
Maybe, or at least temporarily.
Well,
Yeah.
The next day I went into Boise
Yes.
and I gave my 2 weeks notice
Was it-
and took the job in Milwaukee.
Okay.
You did.
And I came home and
Like charcoal looking, wasn't it? Yeah. It was gross looking.
I told him, I said, I took the job. And he was like, wow. But he didn't say you shouldn't have, or he was like, I'm surprised you decided so quick. I'm like, well, I need an answer. Like, I've got to do this.
Exactly.
So I gave my 2 weeks and I hired a moving van and I was going to Milwaukee. And
I'm telling you, like those boys told us, there was one of them. Can I tell this story? Do you think it's okay? About the YouTube video? I don't want them to go find it though. Well, I don't think, no, he doesn't have it up.
Yeah.
At one point in time, one of them had a YouTube video shooting fireworks out of his ass, but he had to remove the YouTube video before he went on his mission and did his interviews for his mission. He had to remove,
was the most innocent,
like, just stupid kid shit, you know, like dumb. Like, I do not suggest anybody shooting fireworks out of your ass. That is not what I'm saying. But these are your typical dumb teenage adult boys. Like, they're just typical kids. And he had to remove all of his videos because he had them on, like, he put them up. I don't know what he was thinking, but he had to remove them all, shooting fireworks out of his ass. Like, these kids were just wild. The shit Kyle learned, the shit they told me was enough. But the shit Kyle learned from those boys, because there was a whole other level of comfort with him. They loved Kyle. Kyle was like a dad to a lot of them, though. They were great.
And he visited again. And then I actually, after that visit, I was falling in love with him too. And it was hard. It was hard. So ultimately,
falling in love with him or his credentials, asking for me. Was the DR period very appealing to you?
It was
I changed my mind.
Looks.
And I called Milwaukee and I said, I can't do it. And it was like out of a movie. They were like, are you kidding? Like, you could go anywhere.
Cornbread. We don't have that video, but we might have one. They played a joke on Kyle, a prank one time on Kyle. All of the boys were in on it and they videoed that. And that was some fucking funny shit. But it was just your typical stupid boy humor. Like, dumb boy, like humping Kyle from the back was still funny to these guys. Like, that type of childish boy humor. But I don't remember what the prank was, but we got that on video. I'll have to find it. I don't know if I can share it or not. I don't remember what they ended up doing, but it was something really funny. Like, they would come over, they would bring shirts. I showed you guys a picture the other day. There was one of them, and it was their P day. So he had like a sweatshirt on, but when he gets to our house, he takes his sweatshirt off and his shirt said ballsy. And they thought it was the funniest shit in the world. Like, they were dying. A bunch of like 18 to 22-year-old boys just freaking rolling, thinking it was the most hysterical, like rebellious thing, wearing a button-up, not like a t-shirt, a button-up shirt that said ballsy. They were freaking great. Just funny kids.
Where from here? Like, it was like a hard sell. And they're like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
And the irony is I didn't know what the hell I was doing. So I was thinking to myself, what am I doing? And so after I gave up Milwaukee, I then grew really resentful, I think, towards John. And I actually even broke up with him for a second because I was like so angry that like I did that. You know, it's easier to blame John for
all that coughing and those edits.
What I just did. But we got, I'll just say it all worked out. But at that moment, I had no job.
Yeah.
Because I'd given my 2 weeks. So John.
Yeah. Some never grow out of it. And you know what the thing is because of the culture and what they're not supposed to experience and stuff, they're not like, they don't understand, like, okay, they don't grow out of that. Some of these guys end up staying the same pieces of shit. I mean, I know the guys you're talking about are from the Karen Reed case, I think, but
came up. John had been moving to St. George from Vegas. He's from Chicago, but he thought the Red Rock was beautiful. He was single, and so he wanted to be near to the Red Rock. So he's like, yeah, I live in this town called St. George. I'm like, I know it well.
You're like, I've heard of it.
I've heard of it. And I'm like, there goes my, job in Las Vegas too, So
right, because you might have been thinking.
I was thinking,
well, Vegas probably has some opportunities.
Yeah.
For journalism.
Yeah. So needless to say, he came up to Boise and helped.
And I apologize for talking a lot through this, but this just brings up so many stories. And when Kyle's here, it's even better because he can add to them because he remembers more shit than I even do about what we learned and went through. We did so much with those kids. It was a great time. We had a great time. Yeah, I've told them a little bit about that. That was so funny too. They were like, when we took them to Scientology, they were having a blast making the Scientologists uncomfortable because the Scientologists were trying to convince the 6 Mormon missionaries that they could be Scientologists and LDS at the same time. That was some funny shit. And the boys were armed with information before going in. They watched South Park, the Scientology episodes with Kyle before. They had done research with us on it. They knew, they were armed with what was going to happen. They were like, oh yeah, we walked out of there. And I swear to you, 2 of them looked at each other and said, now that's a cult. And I was like, boys, what's different? And they're like, okay, never mind. Like when you sat there and they're like, never, but they can acknowledge now that's a cult as the people are following us out, taking pictures of our license plate.
We moved to St. George, and I moved to St. George, and then.
And yes, we have pictures and videos to prove all of this. Not a joke.
You know, at that moment, I felt sort of frustrated again with myself and with the situation. And he had never been married. And I remember thinking, like, he's not going to marry me. Like, what have I done? So I expressed this to him. And so he said, well, let's just go elope. And we did within 2 days, like a real elopement. Like, it was his birthday coming up in 2 days. He said, well, if you can find someone to officiate, I don't want to get married in a, he proposed to me on Valentine's Day, I should mention. So I was divorced Valentine's Day 2015, engaged Valentine's Day 2016. But then I wanted to just get married. And so he said, let's elope. Yeah. And if you can find an officiator, I don't want to get married in the courthouse, we'll do this. And so I
But this is a pretty typical fast relationship for a Mormon woman. And I know John is not LDS, but still.
Pulled that off. I found an officiator and we got married at Zion National Park on his birthday, 2016.
Nice.
And yeah, there we were. And
9 years.
It's hard to explain to people how it went so.
Wait a second. 2016, they just hit their 9 years. Holy shit. So she's grown like 200,000 subs in the last year. How did she grow that much? Just through the trials over the last year? Because she got her 100,000 plaque and opened it on her anniversary. How'd she grow 220,000 subs and
fast after everything I'd went through? But I was so in love, and I had never felt anything like this before, and everything felt possible.
Oh, thank you.
So, in fact, I did want to share after I got engaged with him. That was something I wanted to share too. So this was when we
actually, just so you know, the cat situation here, not that Lindsay, we have a injured feral that's been running and hiding. So Kenzie has been having a really hard time. She's in tears because this feral, it's one of the TNRs, and that comes to eat, and it hadn't been around. And unfortunately she saw it and she thinks it's injured. So she's having a hard time. She takes care of a colony of TNR cats here in Arizona. We have colonies called TNRs that they're supposed to be neutered and released, trap, neuter, release. And we have a bunch of them, and we have one here. So she's got 7 or 8 outside cats that she takes care of. And then we had 3, and then 2 of them have ended up coming in. One of the babies from a litter that ended up happening. And then one of the injured ones ended up becoming a permanent fixture in our home. So we have 5 inside and 2 dogs. We have a zoo. Yes, we have a lot of cats. Sorry, segue.
Engaged. Yeah, it was fast. In fact, it was. I couldn't believe it. You know, you hear those stories too. Like people get divorced and they get married so quickly, and it was. I felt I had met my soulmate, and you know what? I know that is cliche, and people say you shouldn't say they're soulmates, but John is my soulmate. But when he proposed, this is what I wrote on Facebook.
They will.
As a kid, I would hear about Gloria Steinemann's radical.
I'm sure she's made the calls, or she's talked to the neighbor lady. She has another neighbor lady that helps her kind of manage. They both have different pieces of taking care of the cats. So they'll figure out what to do next.
Feminist theories. They were usually being debated or mocked, but I liked her. I liked her strength. I liked her voice. I liked the conversation. I liked to either agree or disagree with her, whatever it was. She has some famous or infamous quotes on marriage. The surest way to be alone is to get married, or the 2 happiest groups are married men and unmarried women. I had disagreed with her take on marriage because one day I wanted to get married and to love. But the past few years in pain, I started to believe she was right and I was naive. But a quote of Gloria.
Don't you guys find it interesting? So we have gone back to journaling. Supposedly she started journaling at the age of 3. Her mom transcribed it for her, which is a big thing. Like family history in the LDS culture is a big thing. So having all these writings to go back to, the family line it's weird. It's weird. Sorry, it is. But it is a big thing. But we've relied on her Facebook posts, her journal entries, and her book and emails from her parents to give substance to these stories that she's telling. It's just very odd. It's a very odd story.
I've always loved, one that I now remember with more potency and hope, is when at 66 years old, she chooses marriage for the first time.
Right.
And Gloria says something very un-Gloria.
Weird.
Being married is like having somebody permanently in your corner. It feels limitless, not limited. I really think I'm beginning to understand in a new way, and I'm grateful for that understanding. It's been hard to get here, and there's been pain, but it finally feels limitless. I am so excited to marry this man. So, I called him my football playing feminist, and so we got married.
Football playing feminist. No, for anybody around here, Kyle, right here, what are you? A feminist. Yeah. Yeah. He really is. He raises my 3 girls. So for anybody around here, he helps me raise my 2 nieces that I've taken care of for 10 years. And then I have a 23-year-old daughter. So he is surrounded by females all the time. And Kyle is raising 3 feminists. And that's not in the bad sense. It is meaning he's raising 3 women that stand up for themselves and don't bow down to men in that way. Yeah.
They're gonna do that with me here.
You can have traditional values and traditional roles and stuff, but you are just
They're
as
gonna demand respect in a relationship.
yes, there you go.
Married.
Can I ask you a quick question about that?
Mhm.
So you already mentioned that
And he's also raising 3 that he's very proud to say he'll love them no matter who they love or what they love.
you kind of let go of the idea that you'd ever find a righteous
Yeah.
Mormon man to marry.
His note to self.
But there is the Mormon theology that families,
Didn't she look damn good last night? Angel looked really good in that. Yeah, she did good. I was like, damn.
they get married in a Mormon temple, they get sealed in a Mormon temple, are eternal. And the children that are born into families sealed in a Mormon temple will be with their parents forever. And the flip side of that, or the manufactured scarcity, as I like to call it, is that if you don't get married in a Mormon temple, your marriage ends when you die and you won't be with your partner in the celestial kingdom. And any kid you have, you won't get to be with them in heaven, because in the Mormon world, God separates spouses and children.
He's also an ex-railroader who is a general contractor who also helps manage a mini cow ranch. So he is the man of the house in every capacity.
I built a mini cow ranch.
Yeah, he basically built the mini cow ranch. But yeah, he's a good guy. He's just like an onion. He's got layers.
An onion.
And he wears Daisy Duke, Carhartt bibs. It's a thing. He's like the Pauly Shore. That is, if you've ever seen Son-in-Law by Pauly Shore, or that he acts in, that's Kyle. That's Kyle's personality. Take him to the farm.
And if they aren't all faithful Mormons, basically. What did you do with that theology
Pretend he
as
is.
a believing Mormon?
2 things. I really wanted to get sealed to him. I didn't believe that God would keep us apart. So I did believe that I would be with John
That's right. You guys are spot on. Yep.
forever.
And thankfully, a lot of you are married to or have partners that are similar, or family members, or yeah, you guys know what we're talking about.
But it was a metaphor for me, and something that I valued, and it meant a lot to me.
Right.
And the idea of being sealed together forever with him was something I really wanted and craved.
It was so cute.
And I would even talk to him about it. And he actually loved the idea that there was a heavenly mother in Mormonism. Like, he loved that. He was like, I love that there's this heavenly mother, and
that's what it's called, is sim farms. So something that you can go look at is certain channels that like pushed the Sound of Freedom movie. A lot of them in the true crime space and overlapping spaces did engagement for the Sound of Freedom. they astroturfed the theaters with that one. And the whole free tickets, the whole thing around Angel Studios is weird to begin with, but then the push of the Sound of Freedom and how that was so much misinformation, but they used targeted ad campaigns and they used true crime creators to really push it out. Annie Elise had an insane, wild amount of numbers on her posts about the Sound of Freedom that just weren't comparable to others. Is that why? Is because they flood them like that? Is that what it's called, as sim farms?
If you think about this metaphor of a male and a female not being able to make it without one another.
That's why I would be really interested in who owns these management companies connected to some of these influencers and what they're getting contracts to do, like the different ad promotions and stuff. Like, how do they? I got a lot of questions around this.
To heaven. Like, he thought that was so cool. And I thought it was too. If you just look at it as sort of this idea, And so
Feed 'em beans. This is just my rabbit hole. I love this. This is the stuff I've been looking at for so long because the Sound of Freedom, that's Kyle's fault. For anybody new here, Kyle came to me one day and said, "What do you know about OUR and the Sound of Freedom?" I said, "What?" I said,
I didn't say OUR. You figured that one out.
"What did you say? The Sound of Freedom?"
I said that I came across TikTok videos about the Sound of Freedom.
That's right.
How
Okay.
everybody was saying it was sold out, and there was like 2 people in the theater.
Yeah, he came to me and I was like, "What is this?" And we started looking, but it was Kyle's fault because I didn't know who all the connecting pieces of this. So I started digging, and sure as shit, Tim Ballard, OUR, the Sound of Freedom, but he watches a lot of stuff on TikTok and he had seen all these posts going up for the shit. And then we connected all of it and we're like,
Sorry, Jim.
fuck. Yeah, here we be.
I hope that I could be sealed, and maybe I should throw this out too. I'm still sealed to my ex-husband.
I was going to ask that.
Oh,
You mean to this day?
No.
Oh, okay.
At that time, you were still sealed.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted that, as a symbolic, I craved it. And it was also surprisingly kind of overwhelming to marry someone that wasn't LDS.
Sound of Freedom is a movie that was put out by Angel Studios. Angel Studios is crowdfunded. They are like sourced publicly. So basically you donate to a movie or a campaign that they're running. That's interesting in that facet. There's a whole lot there. Angel Studios is owned by the Harmon brothers. So you can go down many rabbit holes if you want to there. But the Sound of Freedom was supposedly a movie that was surrounded about Tim Ballard's life. It's supposed to be about Tim Ballard. It's not a true story, but a really good adaptation. They really tried to promote it as this true story, but then kind of had to pull back on that some. He worked for the Department of Homeland Security for 10 years as some sort of agent. Now, what he actually did is still pretty hidden, but they used this whole entire story. They had initially, OUR was started to start gaining funds. Hold on, give me 1 second. Operation Underground Railroad is Tim Ballard's, or was Tim Ballard's 501c3, but the movie was supposed to be about his, involvement with these trafficking situations and make him look like this hero. Tim Ballard was supposed to be running for Senate. Him and Sean Reyes, at the time, Utah Attorney General Sean Reyes, were really good buddies. He was also really good buddies with Glenn Beck, who owns Blaze Media, Tony Robbins, so on and so forth. Glenn Beck was one of the first money donators to Tim Ballard. Tim Ballard started going on all these trips to third world countries and trying to get B-roll footage. They wanted to do like a documentary series that followed them around, that they were doing these paramilitary ops. There's an extremely high number of ex-special forces in the Mormon church. There just are. So they had a lot of ex-military men going with them. And a lot of them did think that that's what they were going to do. But they didn't know a lot of these were set up situations by Tim and different things going on. Like a lot of them were pretty stupid, but they wanted to go play G.I. Joe. But that's what the whole foundation was. And this movie was supposed to be a part of it. Jim Caviezel, so on and so forth. They really duped people with that movie. It's a whole rabbit hole, but that is more to it. Sorry, quickest overview I can give you. But true crime, LDS influencers or adjacent really pushed that movie. They were giving out free tickets. The tickets were free. They astroturfed the theater. They said that people were pulling fire alarms and like running out. They claimed that all this, like, people were trying to silence them so bad. They were being silenced. It wasn't happening. AMC was reporting, this is not happening. I don't know what they're talking about, but this isn't happening. Yeah, fear-mongering 101. Whole rabbit hole in itself. Huge, huge story.
I felt a loss. Not, again, I knew I was going to be with John forever. I just didn't.
There are pictures depicting Tim as the modern day Harriet Tubman. Like, I want you to think about some of this. There's some paintings and stuff around Tim Ballard and Operation Underground Railroad. Like the entire situation there is a huge rabbit hole, but it is all connected through Tom Harrison, Visions of Glory. He connects to all these people. Lauren has done a lot of content on Tim Ballard and people that she knows, that he knows. Like, it's wild.
Imagine a God that would separate two people in love. But I did mourn the idea that he wasn't LDS and that it wasn't going to be what I envisioned. And all of a sudden you're there and you realize he's not going to be coming to church with me, or it's just not going to be what I knew growing.
They are fucking awful. Let me see if I can pull one up.
No, like this is not, he's not going to understand this community and this heritage. Like I understand, right? It's sociology. Like that was like sort of playing a part. Like, wow, this is different. Like he does come from a different world and I come from this different world. And so I did mourn sort of this idea that we wouldn't have this in common. But he was willing to take the missionary discussions, and we did that. He came to church. He was not very religious, but he...
Whoa. I missed this the first time I read this. I missed this. I forgot she admitted this. Somebody said this to me the other day, and I was like, huh?
So I did mourn sort of this idea that we wouldn't have this in common.
I know.
But he was willing to take the missionary discussions, and we did that. He came to church. He was not very religious, but he did go through the missionary discussions very quickly. Yeah. He wanted to get baptized outside the mission.
It's so hard to explain this, and I apologize again that I'm long-winded, but there are so many things here to all of this, the connecting piece of this. In my opinion, why she's always been kind of the Mormon. I think she's, whether intentional or not, she is a part of the PR arm of the Mormon church, whether it's her to seek some sort of worthiness in this church. So she just thinks that trying to soften and distance, whether it's on her own or for the church, it all is beneficial to the church. And whether she's doing that because she's never had worthiness in any other way, she never married a Mormon, the whole thing, or maybe she's even paid. I have no idea. I know they play influencers, but there are so many things here that are so much deeper than surface level. And I apologize for being windy, but this is a big piece of why the LDS move a certain way with all of these connecting factors. And it's very concerning.
The president said no. He was like, what the hell? Like, why not?
Like in a river or something.
Yeah. The baptism interview didn't go well for either of us. Like, that was weird. And so finally he said, Lauren, I will get baptized, but if I do it, I realize it is for you and it's not for me. And if I'm going to be true to myself, I want you to know that I promise.
Let me show you guys this picture right quick. This is from Reddit. This commissioned painting of Tim Ballard and his wife surrounded by abolitionists is a kind of a twisted hero worship that should have raised red flags. Tony Robbins is right here. This is supposed to be Tony Robbins. Candace Owens. Harriet Tubman. One of Michael Vick is supposed to be in here. Yeah, it's fucking crazy. There's so much to that picture. We can do a whole stream on that, but I just wanted to show you guys, like, it's a whole thing. NorCal, have you ever watched or seen the victim stories that came forward on him and just a few of the stories that they've told? Yeah, Michael Vick, the football player. I think that's who it was. Hold on, let me make sure. While I play this, I'll source it, but I'm almost positive it was Michael Vick.
Probably would not get baptized. And so I looked at him and said, you need to be true to yourself. I don't want you to get baptized for me. And in that moment, we both came to the conclusion that that's what it would be. And to this day, he's been very respectful of when I choose to go to church, when I don't, whatever I do, whatever I teach our son. And
That was a question that I had. Did you have a conversation before you were married, or kind of at this time in your marriage, about what religious practices you would have if you two had children together?
He didn't adhere to any religion. I did share that I would like to raise a child, LDS, and he said he was open to that, but that we both wanted to raise a child that would understand, again, all religions and all faiths and all the possibilities out there. And so it felt easy. I think it has been easy for us. You know, we found out we were pregnant.
I'll have to go find the list. It's in my previous coverage. I can't remember what. Let me find out. Sorry, hold on. Give me a second. It's the NFL player that came out and spoke on him. Give me a second. There's all these people, there's also a list of like everybody that's supposedly depicted in this painting that when you look at it, you would have no correlation to him. But these are the people supposedly depicted. There's a list of that, but I will tell you which NFL player was associated. Give me a second.
And like we both wanted a child so much. And in fact, when he was born, I'll just I'll share that, and I'll share what we did for his blessing. But I was when he was born, we had a baby blessing for him, and because I wanted him to be a child on record.
No.
And my dad had actually just
Tomlin. That's right. Mike Tomlin. Sorry. I knew I was wrong. Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin of the Steelers. That's who it is. Mm-hmm. It was Tomlin that came out and gave all the... Yep. It's been 2 years since I detailed a lot of that stuff. Sorry, I'm a little rusty on some things, but it was Mike Tomlin. Yeah, the people he was involved with was really weird. It was strange.
just gotten out of prison after my child was born. And so he came down, and we decided to have a baby blessing in the home, and we invited the bishop and the sister missionaries, and John participated. His parents came that weren't religious. So it was a symbolic, beautiful sort of moment of coming together of cultures. And my dad blessed our son while I held him. Also, that's something, I don't know what that is, but I just simply looked at the bishop and said, can I hold him? And he said, sure. I've heard people say they can't do that. It was like,
Mike Tomlin wrote the foreword to Tim Ballard's book, Slave Stealers, True Accounts of Slave Rescues Then and Now. But he's supposedly, since 2023, he is no longer associated with the organization.
just did. But of course, if the bishop said no, I'd have said, well, I'm holding him anyway. So maybe it was just me. But my dad gave my son a blessing. And then afterwards, John then said, I want to give him a blessing. And so then John took our son and encouraged the sister missionaries that were there and all of the guests that were there to come into the circle with him and his parents and everybody. And we all wrapped arms around one another while John blessed our baby. And so this is a really beautiful moment. And to me, I think that demonstrates what our interfaith marriage has been like.
It's beautiful.
I love that.
Yeah, thanks.
Real quick, was your dad excommunicated?
He never was.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, they did look over things and did not feel he needed to be. So that was no discipline or anything.
That's why.
Did you get that? So her dad had white collar crimes and he was never excommunicated. He went to prison for these crimes, but was never excommunicated. That's interesting, though.
I was able to be a part of that meeting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And while we were pregnant, I got a job with my old station in Salt Lake City.
Seems like people can be excommunicated or like sent to reform school almost. Very rarely.
As a St. George correspondent. And a part of that, the irony was Hilldale in Colorado City. We're a part of that so now we're full circle with polygamy. I've served in Kirtland, Ohio, and where it all began. And now I'm in the land of Warren Jeffs. So
Was Warren Jeffs already in prison?
Warren Jeffs was already in
I don't think that's by just random.
prison. He'd been there for a while. It was 2016, 2000.
I mean, of course, she didn't get to pick where she served her mission. That's not what I'm saying. But after that, I mean, the natural course would be to report on to keep the church happy. She served her mission, and then she gets a job covering a huge issue that the Mormon church wants to distance from themselves.
17.
Okay.
So now I was in the land of, Warren Jeffs and polygamy. And it was really changing during this time, though,
Yeah.
because Warren Jeff was in prison. A lot of ex-FL.
So a huge part of the LDS church and the connections, Meg, to the troubled teen industry is another whole rabbit hole. So if you go back to the Ruby Frankie, Jody Hildebrandt situation, and then where Chad was sent, the troubled teen industry in Utah in specific, like that's where specifically in Utah, that's where so many kids, the connections are. And in my opinion, a lot of those camps are conversion therapy. Absolutely.
LDS were moving back to the community. Danya Jessup was being elected mayor. I reported on that. FLDS communities were trying to stay there, but some feeling like they were being pushed out. I met many wonderful FLDS women. I reported on FLDS women becoming victims advocates to identify and recognize abuse.
Yes, it was. The wilderness camps. There's documentaries on kids that have lost their lives in the wilderness camps in Utah.
Opening new businesses, and really learned to love, those women that are FLDS. And that was something else I remember thinking a lot about, like, the only reason I'm not FLDS is because
That's good.
my
Angela.
ancestors didn't go.
Stayed with the mainstream church.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, that's the only reason. Like, they are Mormon just as much as I'm Mormon.
Right. And not all splinter groups became FLDS, but still.
Yes, I plan on talking about that. I've been waiting for the right opportunity to inlay that into some of the stuff that Utah is doing, laws and regulations, and that's very concerning to me.
It's where they were born, which families they were born into generally is where they stay.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
yep.
That was the only thing separating us. And
Yeah.
they were wonderful. And I do believe there needs to be more humanizing of the FLDS community. So often we just equate it to Warren Jeffs and, just they're called a cult, and you see these women in the prairie dresses. And the one thing I learned is,
Young Black economist, if somebody is doing that to you in here, please let me know, because that's bullshit. You bring a perspective that is very valid. And if that happens in here, just please let us know. Sorry if that did. But that's very relevant in this conversation. The doctrine is very harmful to any person of color. So that brings a valid point of perspective. And yeah, sorry.
like, that is exactly what causes the abuse and the isolation, that they feel so pushed to the side. Like, you can't just leave a community and a culture and a religion. Like, we think that the answer.
And he kind of waited a little bit. Like, he wasn't this problematic at first, I don't believe. Maybe I'm wrong on that. But Utah's government officials, there's always been a lot of weird corruption. Like, how Sean Reyes got put in office is very questionable to begin with. Like, there has been a lot of shady practices. Like, the whole thing around Operation Underground Railroad was supposed to be investigated for fraud. There's a whole lot that gets covered up with fraud in Utah, and it goes all the way up to the government. It's wild, and it continues to happen and get brushed under the rug. I don't know. It's just a thing.
To Warren Jeffs and those are FLDS is just get out. How do you leave your family? How do you leave your children? How do you leave your marriage? How do you leave the community you grew up in?
Your faith.
Your faith.
Yeah, I mean,
this is a
lifetime
lifestyle
of indoctrination.
of generations.
Right. Mm-hmm.
This is a lifestyle. This is the place they live. This is everything. And I think so often we simplify that to, well, they just need to leave.
Anna, it's very interesting. It's very interesting.
And that's one thing I think that I learned through reporting in Hilldale and Colorado City is that's not so simple. And actually, as a society, we need to humanize them.
But if you think about it, Mitt Romney kind of was a little bit too. But then you look at his connections to Huntsman Cancer, like the Institute, the Huntsman family, like all the money and the, like, there's so many things that I'm like, has this all been a play? Like at one point in time, I even said recently, I said that I would rather have Mitt back in office. But then I was like, holy shit, I didn't realize, do they play this like moderate position like Lauren does intentionally?
And accept them and not create more of an isolation where abuse can happen.
And I think it's important to note that there are people outside of any type of Mormonism who are looking at mainstream Mormonism and maybe thinking the same thing, like, who believes that? Why don't, just leave? It's just interesting how we can do the same thing to other groups, even within our own bubble, or within our own, frame of reference. But that there's people that don't have any experience with Mormonism who look at just mainstream active Mormons and are like, what are they doing? Anyway.
Exactly.
Those Scientologists and Jehovah's Witnesses,
I know,
they're
it's just
crazy.
so easy. It's so easy to
Says the Mormons.
demonize. Right, exactly.
Right. It's so easy. And again, that just sort of goes to, there's so much, foreshadowing here with what John and I are going to do with our podcast. But yeah, the humanizing and the dehumanizing. Crime is dehumanizing. All crime is dehumanizing.
Right.
The opposite of crime is humanizing. And that's what Christ did. And so, and again, that's how I identify, as a Christian. But so I'm pregnant at this time. I'm going to be a reporter and a mother. My dream is coming true. I'm in a happy marriage.
A reporter where?
In St. George, in Hilldale, Colorado City. So I'm reporting from my old station in Salt Lake City as a correspondent in St. George. And the irony about reporting to St. George too, Lori and Chad Daybell are getting married during that our meeting.
Am I blocked? No, you're not blocked. I can see you. I'm just back and forth between comment section and over here. Sorry about that if I'm missing things. But yeah, I can see you.
During that time in St. George, Jody Hildebrandt
Wait, while you're
is
there?
doing therapy. Yeah.
You were there?
I didn't know. I didn't see it, but I was there. I wish I had known. It'd been the biggest story I ever covered.
No, that's serendipitous.
Yeah.
That you were literally physically in St. George.
When they were meeting, and Jody.
I'm trying to restrain myself because the comment section now wants me again to they don't want me to, but I have something to add to the conversation. You guys are bringing up so many valid points about like Mitt, the whole situation. It's so easy to forget some of these connections and some of these people and how this all works and the things associated with. There's so many different pieces and rabbit holes associated with just this. And it brings such a bigger light to all of it. And this goes deep in Utah. Again, huge recommendation to go watch the show Under the Banner of Heaven. It is very interesting. Entangled, to your comment, I 100% agree. There can be extremes in anything, radicals in anything. But these guys aren't even really, this is pretty mainstream there. This isn't, I don't know how to explain that.
Hildebrandt's doing therapy. John shows up at, a training with her.
Oh, yeah.
He can't get work in St. George because it's going to Jody.
Yeah,
Oh my
we are.
Wow.
I'm teaching or not teaching, excuse me, but reporting on Hilldale and Colorado City and what's going on there.
And I think that's kind of what we see in Lauren too, if I'm being honest. I think that's what we see. That's why she's got one foot into all, whatever benefits her.
And I'm also learning just the secrets that are in St. George and this sort of vault that it is. I have now reported throughout Idaho and Utah.
I want you guys to tell me, anybody that knows, has there ever been an LDS high-ranking government official that is female in Utah? And if there has, how long has it been? Or is there one currently? A high-ranking female LDS in the government in Utah?
And I will tell you, there are more secrets in St. George, Utah than any other place. When you talk about the Old Boys Club and you talk about, and I think that goes to, I just want to say, with the origin story of Hilldale, Colorado. You can't get rid of an origin story. We know that.
Yes.
Look at our origin story. You just can't get rid of that.
It's also right down the road from the Mountain Meadows Massacre.
Mountain Meadows Massacre. Yeah, exactly. And everything that happened in St. George, Salt Lake looked away. That's the entire history of St. George, Utah. Go down to St. George. Look, they're
There's
practicing
enough
polygamy.
distance. Yeah.
Just let them do what they do. St. George is its own entity. Don't worry about St. George. They'll govern.
They don't. So what she is saying, it applies to yours. That's kind of its own little entity. Utah, Idaho, Arizona. It's not a part of the Bible Belt at all, but here we are. It's all over, though. Scientology, California, Florida, Mormon Church, biggest landowner in Florida. They're making Ohio.
themselves. It's, isolated and
Further and further.
yeah, it was interesting to be a reporter there. And I was the only reporter there. I did everything. I was my own cameraman, did everything. When it comes to St. George and the origin story, as
the priesthood, yeah, women can't hold the priesthood.
John and I always say, you're as sane or as sick as the secrets you keep.
Only elders.
And I think sometimes the most crime sometimes happens in the places where they are the most secrets.
Yes.
Really, like I live in Las Vegas now. Like in Las Vegas, the
highest that they can go though is over the young women's. But I'm just thinking, like in politics, is there anybody? I'm sure there has to be. There has to be somebody that's devout LDS in a high-ranking government position in Utah. I'm not saying there's not. I'm just saying, does anybody know? I'm genuinely asking because I don't know. I can Google it.
Your next door neighbor might be a stripper and they're a wonderful person and everybody knows and there's no secrets in St. George.
Shout out to Molly the Mormon. If you haven't seen that YouTube video, there is a stripper from Utah by the name of Molly the Mormon. That's what she goes by, her stage name. There's a YouTube video on her. It's actually funny as shit. She's beautiful. Molly the stripper. And I'm trying to think of who interviewed her. I'll find it for you guys because it's actually a really cool interview.
It's beautiful. But then when you peel back the layers and the secrets, and I think that's the origin story of St. George, starting with polygamy and Hilde and looking the other way, don't ask, don't tell, creates a lot of secrets in this isolated town.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that's what I learned. I also learned too, I think this was a big part of.
She's ex-Mormon.
John had a really hard time getting work there. He's brilliant,
Yeah. Hold on. She started dancing when she was Mormon. Here you go. Here it is. It's Matt Cullen. This is Molly the Mormon. Hold on. Let me show you past.
How do you think Mormons feel about you using Molly Mormon as their stripper name?
It's actually a really good video. Her story is very interesting. Highly recommend.
a Princeton educated psychologist and people.
Forensic, right?
Mm-hmm,
Yeah.
Clinical and forensic.
Yeah.
And he could not get work in St. George. And I was cocky too. I was like, oh, I got this. I'm a reporter. I'm LDS. Because he was like, I think it's because I'm Mormon. I'm like,
It's an interesting perspective of her clientele and stuff, being in Utah and being ex-Mormon, like her take on that stuff. If you like the history and stuff, it's just a very thing. It's not super like she's not naked in your face and stuff like that. That's not it at all. She gives her history and kind of what her experience is, and it's very interesting.
no,
Because I'm not Mormon.
because I'm not Mormon.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think it's because I'm not Mormon. I was like, no. My mind has been changed now.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah. It's just, yeah. And you don't even know it, but you know, and what he does is sex offender evaluations too. You know, Jody Hildebrandt could do the sex offender evaluations, but
I'm sorry, but
Dr. John Matthias could.
I'm tuning her out on purpose.
Well, the church needs insiders
Look at the smile.
to cover that stuff up.
He has never.
John, say that again. Backing that up. Hold on now. I'm going to play this all the way through John's reaction, but there's a point to this.
Forensic.
Yeah.
And he could not get work in St. George. And I was cocky too. I was like, oh, I got this. I'm a reporter. I'm LDS. Because he was like, I think it's because I'm Mormon. I'm like, no.
Because I'm not Mormon.
Because I'm not Mormon.
No.
Thank you. I think it's because I'm not Mormon. I was like, no. My mind has been changed now.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah. It's just, yeah. And you don't even know it, but you know,
But he took the missionary classes.
and what he does is sex offender evaluations too. You know, Jody Hildebrandt could do the sex offender evaluations, but Dr. John Matthias couldn't.
Well, the church needs insiders to cover that stuff up.
He has never once gotten an LDS sex offender evaluation. And let me just say, that's a community danger. The most respected, you know, educated man doing sex offender evaluations in your community is someone you probably want to do. Like he will, whether they stay in the community or locked up, matters. And when you have people that are not
He's never been asked to evaluate an LDS member.
certified to do them or should be doing them, it's a community safety, but like people would just look the other way. Anyway, I didn't know I'd get into that, but
Huh. What do you think now? Huh.
He started to say that your son was born premature.
That to me, that right there, I don't know, that this part of it, she tells, I'm going to do that again because I want you guys to understand how important what she's saying here is. Why do you think they have a YouTube channel? Why do you think they're
polygamy and Hilde and looking the other way, don't ask, don't tell, creates a lot of secrets in this isolated town.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that's what I learned. I also learned too, I think this was a big part of,
he's not.
John had a really hard time getting work there. He's brilliant, you know, a Princeton educated psychologist and people.
Forensic, right?
Mm-hmm, yeah. Clinical and forensic.
Yeah.
And he could not get work in St. George.
Why are there so many people that need forensic psychologist evaluations that are LDS offenders? Is my problem with this whole thing.
And I was,
of course, they're not going to want a forensic psychologist to interview. No.
Cocky too. I was like, oh, I got this. I'm a reporter. I'm LDS. Because he was like, I think it's because I'm Mormon, Lauren. I'm like, no.
Because I'm not Mormon.
Because I'm not Mormon. Thank you. I think it's because I'm not Mormon. I was like, no. My mind has been changed now.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah. It's just, yeah.
Because if he has any ethics in him, which I would hope that there would be some in these professional reports that he's doing for offenders, he has to be honest. And that's a bad thing.
And you don't even know it, but you know, and what he does is sex offender evaluations too. You know, Jody Hildebrandt could do the sex offender evaluations, but Dr. John Matthias couldn't.
Well, the church needs insiders to cover that stuff up.
He has never once gotten an
church makes recommendations to their own therapists too. Mm-hmm. Jody Hildebrandt was getting referrals from the bishops and the stake presidents and so on and so forth. That's how she was getting her clients. They were being referred. The LDS church refers to their LDS. Julie Hanks was one. She just recently left the Mormon church.
LDS sex offender evaluation. And let me just say, that's a community danger. The most respected, you know, educated man doing sex offender evaluations in your community is someone you probably want to do. Like he will, whether they stay in the community or locked up, matters. And when you have people that are not certified to do them or should be doing them, it's a community safety, but like people would just look the other way. Anyway, I didn't know I'd get into that, but
yeah, that's a problem that you just exposed that the Mormon church is doing. It's a problem, in my opinion. They're sending them to people like that. Now, the whole Dr. John part's a whole another issue.
You started to say that your son was born premature.
My son was born premature.
That says so much to me.
It was an emergency C-section, and we almost lost him. He was in the ICU, as was I, or he was in the NICU. And this is a story I want to tell too. My dad was still in prison at this moment when my son was born. And because I was on the news in Salt Lake, he would be able to watch me. And the inmates watched me, and they knew that I was my father's daughter. And they knew that I was pregnant. And they knew that my dad was going to have a grandson soon. And when I had the baby and they learned that he was in the
and then goes on in like an hour's time to say she's proud LDS
NICU and he wasn't okay, all of the inmates gathered in their prayers and would pray for me and my son. And even when my dad wasn't there, his friends would tell me they would all gather and pray for us. And that's a gesture too that I
hope. I don't know how long ago, and if I missed this a long time ago, I'm really sorry. Talk about confusion, knowing Lauren and Shalise were at the same conference this weekend. What's that about? And that's really interesting because that Thrive is predominantly for ex-Mormons. Hope for Snoopy. Thank you for the support. But that convention is really interesting. I mean, not that they can't have LDS people speak. That might have been the part of it, was people in Faith Crisis. And I guess you could still be an active member in Faith Crisis too, but speaking out publicly about it once, I don't know. It's interesting, but thank you for the support, and sorry I missed that.
Never will forget, and I'm really grateful for. In fact, one inmate also sent me a knitted beanie for my son that he made.
Again, I don't believe that. She is very genuine in the whole, like, I'm proud LDS. I don't think this is a shtick to make. I believe she still is proud to be LDS. I don't think she's I think if anybody she's doing this for, she's doing it for the Mormon church to soften that. She always softens away from the Mormon church. She's honest about things that are going to come out publicly they have no control over. Like the things that she is honest about, we can tie back without Lauren. Like these stories were going here. The only thing that they could do was really soften or try to distance themselves in ways. But people were going to make these connections. Lynn Packer, American Crime Journal out of Vegas, have been reporting on this shit and exposing these things for years. These connections were going to be made public. So all they could kind of do was soften those blows in a lot of ways.
President.
Like, people have been warning, like journalists have been warning that there was connections and crazy shit going on and these weird get-togethers preparing of people. Like they've been exposing this shit for years. So all Lauren seems to do is kind of soften that on the social media aspect, if you ask me.
So just again, crime is complex.
It's anti or ex,
but
dominantly.
Yeah, I reported for another year with my son. Things got really hard in it.
There's a Thrive MLM and then the Thrive Faith. I think it's a mixture of all faiths, people in faith crisis, practicing, non-practicing, but just a group of like multiple different religions, people having faith crisis, and then they have a bunch of speakers, I think.
And finally, I was the Las Vegas shooting. I had to work there. That was really hard. I had a 3-month-old. I thought, what am I doing? This is getting difficult. John said, just quit, be a full-time mom, and I'll take it over for a while, and then we'll figure this out. So right after we decided that, it was 2019, and things were good for a while, and then the pandemic hit.
DB, interesting side note on that. Sorry, you guys are bringing up so many good topics, though. Alyssa Greenfeld just did a video recently on why are Disney adults such a big deal within the Mormon church. It's actually a fantastic video. I didn't even know that was a thing. Like being a Disney adult is some sort of really big thing in the LDS church. It makes sense, but I never even thought about that. But she did an entire deep dive on the connections of more Disney adults within the LDS religion than many believe. It was wild. It's interesting.
And all of a sudden, all the prisons closed. And John was already getting very little work in St. George. And I didn't have work. And we thought, oh my gosh, what do we do? And while I had quit, it was the end of 2019. And
Red, absolutely. These are indoctrination. Both of them had, foundational. Before they met, they were already friends with people, headed this, like there was foundation outside of these groups before. This is how they became groups.
And I'm having a hard time with motherhood. That's something people didn't tell me either, like how hard that was. Like all of a sudden I have no time.
It's really cool.
It was so much harder than I thought. And I had my first at 37. And so I'm sitting and taking care of a colic baby.
Now you guys know all the rabbit holes I'm down when you don't see me in the same places you guys are in. You know where I'm at. Like I'm watching all this crazy cult stuff. But this is really interesting to me, all the different connecting pieces.
All the time and just it's hard. And the AP wire comes across and I notice a story that caught my eye. It was the day it came down of a beautiful missing couple, or half of a beautiful missing couple. Lori Vallow was beautiful. And Chad Daybell, sorry,
was
Chad.
next to her.
Was next to her. And they said that the couple was missing and she was from Arizona and she was like, looked like every one of my friends' mothers growing up.
Okay, here's the video just so you guys can go watch it if you want. I will share the link below. But yeah, Mormon Disney adult mania. I didn't know it was a thing. Had no freaking clue it was the thing until she came out with it. But now you mentioned them owning a lot of land or property around. Not shocking at all. Wild, but not shocking.
And this guy, Chad's from East Idaho and is an author, a Deseret book author, and they're missing, and 2 children are missing, and they need help finding both the children and the couple. And I'm like, and I knew news enough. I'm like, this is not good. What is this? What is this? And I stared at it. And John and I would talk a lot about crime. And again, like, I can quit the journalism job, but I can't quit journalism. So at that moment, I went digging. I joined my first true crime Facebook group. I jumped on YouTube to find everything I could about Chad and Lori, and I downloaded videos like before they disappeared. I was just like, there's something about this. I wasn't working. I was just like, this is big and I got to figure this out.
Downloaded
Oh, really?
videos of
Like Chad Daybell's family videos.
Okay.
Like things that are Chad Daybell speaking or
so things
Lori
not
Vallow.
related to the missing case, but just stuff that had been posted about them that you could find previously.
about their lives.
Okay.
Yeah. Just, I guess it was like the journalist in me. I knew that those things go away. And so I was just like frantically looking and like saving things. I just, it was just like in me. I was like, just get it before it disappears. Like I know how things disappear about people once they're in the news. And so I was just downloading videos and all of these things and saving them. It was like, I don't know. I just knew. And I started asking John about it. He's like, yeah, that doesn't look good. Like we just knew it didn't look good from the beginning. And I was going on Kay Woodcock's Facebook page and seeing that she was like, help, you know,
Oh my God. Not the Facebook groups, not the Facebook pages of family members, and not a YouTuber going to their Facebook. Let me guess. A Facebook group was started to help these victims and their families.
my grandson JJ's missing, Tylee, Ryan is missing, and the kids were beautiful. I was like, what is going on? And so, I mean, it's just funny that I'm saying
Not her admitting that she was going and seeking out Kay's Facebook information. And
years later, here I am, just finished. I didn't know that it would go. I did not know that this moment, no one could have told me that this moment would go on for 6 years. I just concluded Lori's third trial in Arizona and the fourth trial of this case.
Jay, have you looked at what she reported as facts in the case versus the actual details or the truth? Have you ever looked at any of those videos? I would love to see you break down the information. I didn't follow the case like that, so I don't know the details, the true crime aspect, but I would love to know how much she reported that was honest or truthful.
Just weeks ago, 6 years later. But that was, I've never been the same since.
Yeah, that's obvious. You took on their identity. I mean, that's an honest statement. She's never been the same since. I believe that. But I believe that this was working that way as is.
It was right after that. I remember it was Christmas 2019. So I just learned, it was just like a week after. I was already in the rabbit hole, which I didn't know was about until that it was about to become a crater.
Oh.
And my dad comes for Christmas. And I discover,
well, in that 9-hour time frame when she was doing that complaint, you remember there was pieces of that she went back to. Well, on Facebook, in this Facebook group, admins for a Facebook group,
a video of Julie Rowe on YouTube.
Crazy,
I had never heard of Julie Rowe. I didn't know who Julie Rowe was. I didn't know about the prepper community in Idaho. I didn't know about prepper conferences. I didn't know that there were books.
Hey, would you do a comparison sometime? I would love to know. I'm really curious about how much she misrepresented or didn't report that was truthful. I believe it's very obviously that she tried to soften the Mormon piece of it and disconnect it from the church, that this is a complete offshoot fringe group extremist, which, yeah, you can go there. Okay. I'm not going to say you can't, but then you just have to understand that the doctrine is all that. That's what it leads to. If you want to go there, then you have to elevate it. Or you can just understand that this is the doctrine. This is what it leads to. But I'm curious to know if she intentionally placed misinformation or did things too.
That people were reading that weren't sold at Deseret Book. I didn't know about all this energy healing that was, taking on these Mormon roots.
Yes,
I didn't know.
And near-death experiences.
And near-death experience books.
I'm super interested in that angle, Jay. There's just so many different angles here, but I would love that breakdown if you could do that sometime.
I didn't know any of this. I didn't know about a vow, but Julie Rowe, like a week after I learned about the kids, speaking on YouTube saying, I talked to angels and Tammy Dable has visited me and I knew she was going to die because there was 2 dead spouses as well.
Did you call the cops on them, Greer's Garden? Did you phone a cop? Because how dare they approach somebody? I'm just joking, but we know somebody that recently just called the cops on LDS missionaries. Yeah.
I couldn't believe it. I played it for my dad. I was like, listen to this. And he's like, what in the world is this? And then some people are like, you don't know about Julie Rowe? I was like, no, I don't know about Julie Rowe. No, I didn't know about any of this. Like, I feel embarrassed to say that. You knew. Like,
oh yeah, if people say they're going back to the bushes, they're just meaning they're going back to listening and not chatting in the chat late at night. Or a lot of people during the day will listen from the bushes. That means they're here, but they're not actively participating or watching chat. So when people take them, or they know they're not watching.
you knew about it.
I mean, I did because of my own personal family experience, but yeah, like Julie Rowe had caused a lot of turmoil in my family at that point. You know, we had some real issues in like the 2014-15 era with her prophecies that didn't come true. And yeah, so I was aware of her. Yep.
I was going to joke, if you hadn't been so busy working in Boise, you would have been watching Mormon Stories.
Isn't that interesting? Julie Rowe had an impact on her life.
Covered Julie Rowe in 2015 and Deborah Snupper in 2013.
I know, right? In all of my reporting, I never learned about Julie Rowe. I never knew any
What's really interesting is Jay interviewed Julie Rowe, but Lauren didn't.
of this.
I think there's a reason for it.
And I had no idea what I was getting myself into. I don't even know how to like process it with us all right now. Like, I don't even, oh my gosh. Like, yeah, I had no idea. And John,
Somebody asked me the other day if it's possible that Julie Rowe is like the equivalent to Michael Riconosciuto. And I about fucking fell over laughing, and I was like, hell, anything is possible at this time.
and I had actually already,
If you don't know who that is, what is it called? American Conspiracy Octopus. The Octopus Conspiracy. It's actually really interesting.
thought about starting a true crime podcast at that point because we were still talking about crime every day.
Were y'all into podcasts?
We were into crime. No, we weren't into podcasts. We were into crime.
But well, yeah, I was just wondering what gave you the idea for a podcast?
Yep. And the connections keep connecting.
Because all we would do is talk about crime. And well, like, what do you do with that? You make it a podcast. Like, he was about to go on TV or like YouTube. Like, we didn't know about YouTube, like YouTube video.
NorCal, have you watched any of his other content? I would like to get somebody's read on it. I've always really liked John DeLynn, but people are pointing out things that I didn't notice before. And I mean, I would like to see her reporting on John's excommunication. I'm really curious to see what Lauren reported on John's excommunication. I've never questioned it. I've always really liked his interview style. I thought he was really off throughout this one in particular, but I would like to see if other people have other thoughts.
But what do you do if all you do is talk about crime? You record it. Where do you put that? What does that become? A podcast? So, and you know, I had podcasting experience. I guess you could say that, you know that. So
it usually is people that have left the church or want to tell their stories of leaving a faith or having a faith crisis. There's not very many active members that go on there in my understanding or knowledge, but he does draw that audience too, people in faith crisis.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. We would just, we conversed about crime all the time when it came to just like understanding human beings and the world. And I would always ask him my questions, just like I did that first night I met him. Like, oh yeah, what about this? What about that? We actually thought we would start with Adam D's, the story that I asked him about the first night we met. But after the Lori and Chad Daybell case happened and I started getting so invested, I had so many questions for
his fancy pants. When you really step back and take a broader look, it's very interesting. Have you guys, anybody in here really watch or follow American Crime Journal or Lynn Packer's reporting? Has anybody ever ventured there? I'm sure some of you guys do. But when you I've never looked at it that in-depthly from John's perspective or what he, his curated type of content, but he does. There are specific types of stories that are told predominantly on that channel. It's very interesting when you step back.
Him that it was June 2020, the week the children's bodies were found, that I sat down. I was like, we've got to do this, John. Like, let's just, he bought a couple of microphones off Amazon. The prisons were closed. Like, I wasn't working. He said, let's just record. Let's just record. And I sat there and I asked him questions and I said, I want to understand Lori Vallow. What is this? And he said, it's not time to talk about Lori Vallow. Before you need to understand Lori Vallow, you need to understand Chad Daybell. And for the next 5 episodes, it was all about Chad Daybell. And after that, we recorded that first episode, the children's bodies were found. So we re-recorded a little bit and we put it out into the
Kimberly, the MLM patch company.
universe. We had no idea what we were doing. Like,
Are they a Utah? I don't know if that MLM is Utah owned or based. I don't remember. I might have known at one point in time. I know like Young Living, doTERRA, LuLaRoe had a lot of Mormon connections, California and Utah. There's a whole bunch. I can't list them all, but I can't remember if Thrive was on there or not.
White Wolf, that Book of Mormon was big here too.
Yeah, in Arizona.
Everywhere here.
Yeah, for sure. Sorry, guys. It's taking us a long time to get through this, but I told you I can talk a wall off when it comes to this shit, and that's no joke. This is where we like to, this is our thing, because there's so many connections here that are just so much deeper than Lauren. Like, she is one little part in such a bigger rabbit holes that just go every direction, and you sit and go, what the fuck? It's wild.
There was no plan. There was no business plan.
Hey,
there
bud.
was no concept except that, well, we did think of hidden true crime, like the hidden motives, what lies hidden that people don't talk about. There's the Dateline motives, which is like sex, money, drugs. And then there are the hidden.
Pico talks about corruption, and she saw this a mile away. Like, it's a lot. And how do you fix it?
Motives. Like, what creates the criminal? What are they thinking? How does this happen? How do you get to the point where you dehumanize children to call them dark? How can you go from a family man to having 2 dead children in your yard? How do they believe this? Do they not? How are they interpreting?
It does. It's really unfortunate. And I'm not throwing any shade at Shanann, but unfortunately, a lot of those companies have the standard aesthetic that does happen. You see it within like the bomb party. The reps start really changing their aesthetic for a certain look of the top 1% or 2% of sellers. And they don't recognize that they are their own customers. Like, they are the ones, the consultants are the customers.
You know, this belief. There's so many questions. And when it comes to the Daybell case, like that, those are the ultimate hidden motives. And I think for me, it was so personal too, because here's this faith I love that I have remained loyal to and faithful to throughout years and years. Like, it's just my people. Like, at this point,
that doesn't shock me. That's why I think Kresha was silenced intentionally. I've said it all along, love always. I have always believed that Kresha was silenced intentionally. That was needed. Kresha was not willing to overlook what really happened to her family. Like, she wanted to know what were the beliefs of these people that cost her so much. She dug deep and was willing to continue to dig deep, and she became a problem. And who became her competition? Well, of course, they're going to go to this one here. This one, you know, the curated. How dare Kresha step on toes? She ain't Mormon. That's why the family attacks, the separation and the targeted attacks and division between families, because some of them, Lori was brought up in this. Her parents, and that intentional division against families, intentional targeting. In my opinion, it's very obvious. That's why Kresha is now having her voice heard, but they did everything to silence her. Oh, absolutely. And she was spot on. That's why I say, like, I hate when people say it's a conspiracy, or I hate that we have to say or lead with that when it's not. Now, you can get off on a lot of rabbit holes that can, but the things that we can tie very publicly, because they've connected all of these dots, are extremely problematic. These are things that are out there in the ether that you can go, everything we've talked about, you can research, you can vet. The connections are there. It's just whether people will look at them or not. And for Kresha, I can't imagine how frustrating it's been coming up against this opposition, because there is one thing that the Mormon Church cares about, and it's its image. They have PR arms and reputation managers for a reason. They are a huge multi-billion-dollar company that has tax-free exemption.
That's how I see, like, this is my people, this is my community, this is my blood, like, this is my family. How does this happen in my faith?
Tell Kyle and
how
to the garage.
Does this happen? How does Julie Rowe happen? What is going on in East Idaho? And I felt some separation. Like, oh, it's just East Idaho. You know, it's just.
I don't know.
But the more I dug, the more
I've never heard of that book. There's a lot of, you guys are teaching me a lot of shit. You guys have been sending me down some rabbit holes that I have to say thank you. But at the same time, holy shit. There's just a lot, like the depths that this goes that I didn't even know. Like I know a very shallow piece in the big scheme of this. Very little. What I know is like publicly available stuff. People make connections that I'm just like, holy shit. And it's everywhere. But the true crime community and social media, it's really weird. And once you see it, you cannot unsee it. I swear, like you can't. The Mormon influence in the true crime space is heavy. Why?
I realized. sorry. I mean,
we get it.
Because the Mormon doctrine leads to more and more. I mean, these people aren't even being excommunicated for fraud that they're going to prison over. Shit.
You know,
I mean, it's East Idaho. What do you expect? Right? I mean,
there's lovely people in East Idaho.
I
but
love
it does
East Idaho.
seem like it's a little bit more of a hotbed for some extreme beliefs and prepping. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The more,
Yeah, as you guys know, I'm not aware like of all the things with the case or the people involved in the case.
sorry, East Idaho.
I know more of the cult connection sides of these than the actual details of the true crime case. So I appreciate you guys filling me in on things around the victims and things that played roles in the case. I appreciate that.
the more I dug into the case, and as we did these podcasts, people reached out to us. That's what happened.
So how did you first?
Yes.
Well, you said you put it out there, like on.
In the Pines. Haven't finished it, have started it. Yes.
You
Like
just
what-
get an RSS feed and you put it
Okay.
out on Apple and Spotify.
Okay.
And this is what John DeLynn did too. Do you remember putting your first one into the universe?
Absolutely. 2005, baby.
Yeah.
People don't even know what RSS is these days.
I can't get a clear answer on that. There is Google searches, but then somebody had to remind me the other day that the Mormon Church has money in Google. And I was like, are we serious? Like, if that's true, but again, I don't know if she has or not. You would think that that would be one thing that would be very publicly known. Like the LDS Church, as like they would have made a statement themselves, so there would be no question about it. And there's just not. So I can't tell you.
So you just,
There's varying stories of it.
but you just post it to the internet. Forgive my ignorance on this, but do you just like share it like on your social media profiles? Like, hey, I just wonder how that gets traction.
that's
You know,
cool.
how do you put it on you said you joined a Facebook group.
Yeah, I shared it on the Facebook group.
Okay.
Hey guys, we just, me again. My husband's a criminal psychologist, and we actually just posted an episode, and so I would share it. And I was in at this point probably like 7 different Facebook groups about the case because I really was just trying to.
And isn't it interesting how she fully admits that she leads with, hey guys, my husband's a criminal psychologist. Isn't that ironic? I guess if you're not going to marry for love, marry for necessity to get you somewhere, right? Hey, whatever.
Collect evidence anywhere
Whatever floats your boat.
I could. And because there would be people that knew the couples and they would knew Chad and Lori, and there was a neighbor saying Chad didn't do anything wrong, and there was a neighbor of Lori Vallow, and you have Arizona and
I
Idaho.
mean, does she really have to like him? She doesn't really live at home. She's on the road most of the time. Again, no shade. Do you, whatever. She got her worthiness. She's married. And he's some doctor. I mean, hey, whatever.
And you've got Utah going on. You got Brandon Boudreaux. That was a twist. You know? So yeah, I would put it on all of the Facebook groups. I'd be like, for anyone that's interested. And then I think people were just sharing it.
Yeah.
Right.
And then people were just like, you guys got to hear this. And then people were calling us saying like,
Wild,
look, this is
Marcel.
incredible. You're helping us. Like, let me give you a little bit more info.
Start getting tips.
You start getting
getting tips.
insiders and yeah.
Because they're appreciative of what you're doing.
Neuropathy.
And so, yeah, you start getting the tips and the info. And then
Yeah.
later on, victims start reaching out, or, people close to the victims, the surviving victims.
She needed her worthiness. She needed to get married and have a child to have some sort of value in her religion. I mean, she says it all along.
And they're saying, look, this is helping, or look, keep me anonymous, but I want to help you out with your analysis because you're helping me.
I mean, she's telling us the truth about all of it. She really is. She's saying it all in this.
And with it too, we'd always leave something a little bit inspirational too in each episode, like about how to be better humans
Oh,
ourselves.
no, absolutely.
So
Absolutely agree. She's nothing. She would have a big Mormon following. I will give her that. But it's definitely helped having Dr. John. I think she had worthiness to be pushed more because of Dr. John, but she still would have a following. The Mormon female influencer space is huge. So, and even in the true crime genre, there is a lot of LDS viewers. There's some tie to them, and true crime. Multiple have said, I don't know, it's weird. I'd love to see somebody dive into that too. Like, what is the fascination with young Mormon adults?
So that's started going, and we weren't even making money because we didn't even know how to make money.
Oh no,
we don't know how to make money. Yeah. We're just putting it out there. People are listening, and it's like we're doing a service. And
well, and I'll take it here as a feminist. Most feminists believe that you can have do IVF and raise a child on your own too. You don't have to have a partner. So that once again goes against her feminist thing. And feminists don't believe that you have to have children to have value or worth either. Not having children is okay. Kind of goes against her feminist talk.
We're talking every week, and we're putting it together, and I'm pulling all-nighters at it. It's just the two of us. I'm editing it all. So I'm staying up all night now, and they're getting each.
My first review of this, the part 1. Is that what you're asking for, or hers? Yeah, that's true, Carolyn. Hold on. I'll see if I can find it for you and drop it in the comments. For his credentials, not for her. I did too. I think I did too. I was thinking about it the other day, and I was like, what caught me up in it? And of course, she was the one that I would always reference because she was the one doing most of the talking. Well, then I don't know. I didn't think they were that bad, but I didn't watch for details or facts either, because I was able to source these things away from her about the connections, like the Visions of Glory, Tom Harrison, Tim Ballard, Sean Reyes. I didn't need her to connect all those things when I would tune into her. So I guess I didn't really pay attention that much. So I really thought, as long as I could understand, and yeah, the things she was saying were publicly sourced, easy to source. Once you look, they knew they were coming out. I don't know.
Episodes getting a little bit more complex.
I don't know why I followed him. Now thinking about it,
because my husband's like, well, we need to add this sound and explain this research study. It's getting more and more complex. We're getting into death anxiety. I'm learning about myself too, which is what it was about too. Learn more about crime, and when you learn about crime, you learn about yourself. That's what my husband always says. A better understanding of crime.
That's right, Jim.
Is a better understanding of yourself, because again, crime is a part of what humanity is. It's as long as humans have existed, so is crime. So is the worst,
her answer
cases against humanity.
The Old Testament starts with the crime.
Exactly.
Cain kills Abel.
Exactly. Yeah. So I think in order to.
And then God kills everyone.
Thank you so much. I will try to remember to check it when I get off here. Thank you. You guys have. Oh, and another thing, I am so sorry, you guys. For anybody new, I am terrible on emails. That is something that has been historic. This isn't new. This is me. I don't usually check them very well. I don't respond very well. I appreciate everybody sending emails, but I am terrible in it. If it's something major, just tell me you sent me an email or comment under one of my videos, and I will go check it. I promise. But just push me to do it. I need that sometimes, because I am terrible. By the end of these, I'm just shut the computer and walk away. And then it's right back to research. So that's the last thing I do. And I apologize.
God kills it. To really understand human beings, you have to understand crime. Why do humans do what they do? And do we all have a dark side? I think we might.
Abraham had to kill Isaac for a second.
Well, that's, yeah. Right. There's so many crimes in the Bible.
I'm sorry. I'll stop.
So many crimes in religion, so many crimes. And so.
That's fun to hear the birth of your podcast.
Yeah. And so it just kept going and going. And then the prisons, we moved to Las Vegas.
He took the missionary classes, but he is not Mormon.
John had to go back to work because we weren't making money. And I kept going. I couldn't stop. And so then I started interviewing people. All these people were coming to me saying, I'm ready to tell my side of the story. I knew Chad and Lori. I was here when this happened. I was part of, preparing a people. Let me tell you what I know. And I've probably, because some of the interviews are private, I have interviewed hundreds of people on this case. And I've attended conferences. I went and attended a 3-day Firm Expo conference to understand what's being taught.
Okay, that here again, this is my opinion. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I will make sure. I have not talked to her, but I will try to get it sent over to her or let her know. Thank you for that. In my opinion, they're not going to let outsiders like that come snooping around. Do you think? People say she went undercover to all of this stuff, and no, she admits she's proud of LDS. She can talk the talk. She knows the lingo. I believe that she fits the parts. Look at who she was amongst.
I've read books. I've read
I do not buy the whole she was undercover against the LDS church.
Snuffer. I've read Visions of Glory. I've read Chad Daybell's many books. It has been not just, like a 6-year research project on a crime I can't get over, but a thesis on faith, on darkness. Like, how do you, on darkness, on honestly,
religious extremism.
Okay, hold on. I found the part 1. It was one of my first videos I did, but we just finished it the other day.
Just extremism and terrorism. I mean, really, this is terrorism, right? When you mix politics with religion, and belief.
That's what I think.
And also understanding that these people hold my same faith. The only difference is that they interpret it.
She's talking about Christian nationalism. Hello. Why are we trying to separate that from Mormonism? Like, what are we doing here, girl?
Differently than I do. And their interpretation is that children need to be killed. I mean,
not just children.
Yeah.
Hello. But you're proud LDS.
Their spouses.
All right. Go on, girl.
You talk in your outline about kind of the juxtaposition of the Elizabeth Smart case and how that was handled. And then when Tylee Ryan went missing, do you want to talk about that for a little bit?
Yeah, that upset me. So as I'm delving into this case and the more I learn about it, the more.
Hold up. Wait a minute. First of all, this is her Mormon story. This is her Mormon story. Why are we talking about victims of a heinous crime that you have no connection to, that are not family, that are not part of your Mormon story? They're loved ones. Good night, Little Red. They're loved ones of others. They're victims of a heinous crime. They don't have anything to do with your family, your history, your story. Their stories you reported on, but how do they become part of your story? That's concerning to me. Is it concerning to you guys? They shouldn't be part of her Mormon story.
Religious it is becoming. Like, this is a Mormon crime through and through. Every part of this permeates, like, every part of the church. Like, this is a belief system. This is religion. This is a cause. This is a movement.
Mm-hmm.
And it was such a confusing thing when it first began. You have JJ and Tylee that are still missing. JJ is 7. He's not yet baptized. He has 2 grandparents looking for him that aren't LDS. But Tylee Ryan is in Young Women's. She's very LDS. She is, her family is LDS. They're siblings. But I didn't understand why the church wasn't speaking out. Like, if this is my church and we are a flock and she is our sheep, why aren't we finding her together? Like, these are our children. Are they not? Like, what are we doing? And I remember the church was clearly, their PR move was to just not speak and say, we are separate from these people, to distance themselves. And that's maybe easy to do. Yeah, you don't want to be,
Again, I found this very interesting. How is this part of her story? People understand what I'm talking about here and why I'm concerned? Back that up.
If this is my church and we are a flock and she is our sheep, why aren't
I dropped the part 1? We didn't finish. So this was a two-parter of her Mormon story. So I did them there's 3 videos in total. The first one, and then I didn't really go through all of the first one. We skipped a bunch of the end. So we replayed it the other day. So I dropped both of those. And then this is the full second one.
We finding her together? Like, these are our children. Are they not? Like, what are we doing? And I remember the church was clearly, their PR move was to just not speak and say, we are separate from these people, to distance themselves. And that's maybe easy to do. Yeah. You don't want to be, part of what maybe might be happening here. But Chad Daybell was an LDS author that used to have his book sold in Deseret Book. And Tylee Ryan is a little girl.
There's a cut right there.
That is missing. And to think about the difference.
Her Mormon story, yet she is pointing out the belief system of the church that she is proud to be a member of. Is this not confusing? Is this not confusing? Yes. Yes, Miss Fancy Pants. Scream it from the rooftops. This is so strange. Within an hour from now, she will be saying that she is proud Mormon and LDS. This doesn't land. People that know that this is so off. And when you hear this, you're like, what?
When Elizabeth Smart went missing, and we came together in a prayer meeting that night, and we were, again, like her flock, looking for, she was ours. She was everybody's. And the church, our ward became the headquarters for nightly press conferences. Every night she was missing. I got called by my parents when she was found.
Diabolical shit that their doctrine leads to. They don't denounce this shit. Where's the fucking public excommunication of, we stand against these people? We don't condone any of this. Instead, it's, do not get involved in investigations. Do not talk to anybody before you can talk to anybody. Like, the controlled opposition is there. Why not make a firm stance? If you're really truly against these things and your church doctrine does not lead to this, why not come out and publicly distance yourself? Oh, wait, because the doctrine that you preach absolutely can and does lead to this. And there are so many more of them anymore. Like, again, I hate to say it, but this is reality. It is really concerning.
And here's Tylee Ryan, and it's crickets. Mm-hmm. And the church is being called by the news, and they're like, this has nothing to do with us. Does Tylee Ryan have nothing to do with you? Okay, like let's get rid of Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell for a second, even though they're attending one of your churches in Hawaii. Does Tylee Ryan, this missing girl, have nothing to do with you? Is she not one of ours? Like, what's going on? Like, why are we not finding her? JJ too. But JJ also just
But ma'am, what is she doing? Oh, frick. This right here. I'm sorry. There are so many. Good evening, Crusha. I don't know. Once you see it, you cannot unsee it, Crusha. It's so concerning. And all of the different pieces, there's just so much to unpack. I just want to say to you, I am so sorry. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry that 6 years ago, a bunch of people didn't recognize the harm that they were doing and trying to silence you, and the Mormon church's attempt. I'm sure a lot of people tried. I won't say everybody, because I'm sure people tried. I know that's why people believe in you, because they know, like, the lengths that people will go to silence any opposition and uncovering this. And I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry that your voice wasn't heard 6 years ago, and you guys have gone through years of pain. I'm sorry for what your mom has been through. I'm sorry for all of the victims, what they've been through because of this. It just kills me to hear, like, her admitting that she was going to your mom's Facebook and listening to her say that so candidly tonight. Like, I was going to Kay Woodcock's Facebook. It's just, I'm sorry. I really am. Anyways, carry on.
Parents like looking desperately for him, and like Tylee could have used.
I can't imagine the frustration for any of you, though. And you just became, your family's pain and suffering became useful for so many others. Because no matter which way you want to look at this, whether she's doing it for the church or not, to try and like spin a narrative away from the doctrine, she is in so many aspects. And that invalidates the belief systems that ended up murdering multiple people. And it's really fucking gross.
You know, some more and just comparing it with Elizabeth Smart. That was hard for me to see. And then, of course, to find out, we found out that she was, cut up and burned in Chad Daybell's yard. It was even harder to find out. But that's upset me. Their silence has upset me. It's been 6 years and they've stayed silent. And the more that I've uncovered and the more that we've learned, it becomes bigger and bigger and bigger. Like I said, it's not a rabbit hole, it's a crater. And this has to do, it is permeating throughout the church. I got an email from a grandmother in Rexburg who said, Lauren, help me. She said, we don't know what to believe and none of the leaders are helping us. Like, please do the work for us. She said, Chad Daybell has bastardized our beliefs up here. Help.
Absolutely. That's exactly why. Love always. That's exactly why. It just hurts my heart to see the shit that happens to these families. For what? I'm just glad for the most part. I mean, the destruction of Jody Hildebrandt, if you think about that, like Crush's family, the families involved just in the Daybell Vallow are extensive. Then you can take it off. There's so many people impacted and affected by these crimes. It's disheartening. The trickle-down effect that this has had on so many people's lives.
Help me. Well, we don't know what to believe. That was her word. We don't know what to believe. And then you have Heather Daybell, in an interview with me saying Dieter Uchtdorf came up to East Idaho and she thought they're absolutely coming up because they clearly are like, let's go find out what's going on up there. And he doesn't mention anything at all. And she even said, she's like, he knew my name. Like her last name's Daybell. Nobody says anything. It's just this silence. And then, I made a joke like, okay, maybe this is these Idaho Mormons.
And that's one thing I want to make people know. Like, Kresha and I connected because of the Tim Ballard stuff. We had never talked before or anything, but we found each other's coverage from that. We'd never talked before or anything. And when she got pulled into this the other night, when Lauren pinned her comment, my heart sank. Genuinely sank. Because I am a silent watcher over there. I love her content, but I do different type of content. And with that comes problems sometimes. I'm mouthy. I say what you guys can imagine. And I've never wanted that to impact what she does. So I watch. But when I saw her comment be pinned, I knew, I was like, I feel so bad. I just felt terrible because I knew Lauren was pinning Kresha's comment for a reason. And then when she didn't show proof, it all hit me like a ton of bricks. And the fact that I could recognize that she was using the victims once again, and I didn't have a clue of how extensive what she had done. I never even remotely. But I felt so bad. And I can't even explain how bad I felt in that moment because I knew once again, people were getting pulled into her shit intentionally and she was using them. They don't deserve that. They've been through 6 years of hell. And she intentionally brought them into her shit once again. She just can't let go.
Maybe this is their...
And I know there's nothing we can do to stop this shit. There's nothing we can fucking do. Nothing besides speak out. Continue to speak out.
Thing, the prepping industry. But as I kept digging and I read a book called Visions of Glory, it takes me to Salt Lake City and into the neighborhood I grew up in. This neighborhood, we just said, is wonderful and worldly and educated and at the University of Utah and connected to the leadership of the church.
I agree with that. Difficult. I do. But it doesn't matter. She's learned from, if Grayson was the one behind it, they've learned who's beneficial. But again, Grayson has been in this industry for 5 years. She was developed, a 19-year-old getting into this industry. She knows exactly whose comments to pin. Look at how she talks about the victims and their families and their candid little Patreons that they do. She's been built into this little, knows how to use the victims and play it up. What did she say before she turned that one on, the one clip? it's got emotional impact. Oh, perfect. Yes, there you go. She emailed you, Krusha. Now, even if I forget, it's already known. Dang it. What was I? She worked for Annie Elise and then went to Lauren. Was there anybody else in between? Do you guys know?
And
they know how to play this shit up. These creators do, and I guarantee their mods know, producers know exactly how to do it.
This is.
Oh, here, I'll call on another place. When Jay was playing the other day, one of them came over and sat on the bench next to Larry. Lauren had a camera in his face, and then the next person that comes in and replaces, I think, was Lindsay. They know exactly how to
everywhere. And again, nobody has said anything. And I remember even being here and saying, like, I remember our first 2 episodes, like, this is bad. Somebody say something. Somebody say something. It's going to happen again. Somebody say something. And then what happens? Ruby, Frankie, and Joe.
Oh, and I'm pinning Krusha's comments because I want to read them, not because I'm trying to use Krusha. Let me be very clear. That's not it. I'm calling these guys out because of that. I'm pinning them because I want to read them because she's adding to the conversation. She always does. She stopped text from coming out. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. But I think it's also because it's going to implicate a lot of other people that are probably likely shitty to victims. On the receiving end, there was somebody that was willing to receive these text messages. People don't understand that. Somebody was on the other end or participating in these conversations. Like, you don't get to be a shitty person and not surround yourself with people. Like, if she was saying this stuff, she was saying it to somebody she was comfortable with. So I think that's going to expose a lot of people.
Hildebrand.
And probably some of these very liked true crime creators.
And 2 other children in Ivins, Utah. And it is a literal copycat crime with the same group and the same belief system and the same books.
It's not Autumn, though. I would say that if it wasn't Krusha, Nancy Jo Hancock, Colby, Brandy Vaughn. There's a lot. Oh, I can't even imagine the amount of emails you've gotten. Yeah. No, you've gotten a lot. I am sure you are bombarded. I asked the other day. I can't even imagine how many you've gotten. And I'm terrible with emails, so please do not feel any rush. I didn't say when I emailed you, Krusha, just so you know, there's nothing important in there. I was just offering support. And if you needed anything, like, there is absolutely nothing of importance in mine. But I can't even imagine you getting bombarded. I will not bombard you with, oh my God, did you know this connection connects to this or anything like that? Just so you know, if I have something, I will make sure I do mention it in content when you're here. So I don't bombard you with shit like that. But I can't even imagine the connections and the things that people are learning, or, oh my gosh, because you've opened up so many areas.
And the same base religion, which is Mormonism, and the LDS faith, and the exact same thing.
And prepperism and end times.
And prepperism and end times.
Yeah.
And the belief.
Grayson is from Kansas, so I do not know her. She went to private school. I did learn that, but that doesn't mean she's not LDS. A lot of LDS go to private schools, so I'm not positive if she is Mormon or isn't.
That children can be possessed with evil spirits.
Yeah. Yeah. And that second coming and those latter days are on their way. And if you look at Chad Daybell's
demonic possession
and demonic possessions, and if you go back to that 2018 speech Chad Daybell gives.
Who called you dark? I want to know that. Sorry, plugging my computer in.
The day he meets Lori Vallow in St. George, Utah, he states they're going to come through to Ivins, and Ivins is going to be a place. And here's Jody Hildebrandt building her mansion in Ivins, her bunker here. Like, this is a thing, and nobody's saying anything. And this is not the faith that I recognize at all. And yet it's growing and it's bigger and it's bigger. And this whole idea that normal is what one is accustomed to, right? And I thought that my little insular world and my little Schindler List watching young women's class was what was Mormonism, is no longer Mormonism to me. I don't know what to think anymore. and I'm lost and I'm confused. And I think I've been processing it ever since. And I think another big thing that I've been processing.
I said this when I first started reviewing her. A faith crisis could make sense to some degree. Absolutely. But then watching her recent behavior, I do not believe that. But again, she's made the choices she's made. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. But I just know that this is a mess.
Listening to is magical thinking. And again, like people that just interpret this differently than I do, these same beliefs, like maybe even having a belief in Christ isn't good. Maybe evidence and science and just skipping all magical thinking is the only way to go. Like maybe this hope,
Magical thinking, huh?
that I put on this afterlife is one of the most unhealthy things there could be. Maybe, as my husband said in the first episode of our podcast, maybe what everybody's missing is the fact that what matters is right here and now in our mortality. And like looking at taking your son.
Huggy Bear, I really appreciate that. I don't know everything by any means, and I've been very transparent about that. I can just tell you guys from what I've experienced, what I've seen, what we've lived, what I've researched and learned. But I really appreciate learning from you guys. You guys have taught me a lot and sent me down a lot of amazing rabbit holes. Some I wish I could get out of, but I appreciate you guys. You guys have taught me a lot. It just really interests me because unfortunately I have a lot of trauma myself from religion, and it sucks. It fucking sucks. And it's very confusing. So I do understand people having faith crises and or questioning it. I think a lot of us get in these rabbit holes because of our own like trauma to religion or faith crisis, or what do we believe in? Because why is it so, there's so much of it that hurts people, not helps. Like, I don't know.
To Snow Canyon. And
I think that wanting to understand that from so many of us comes from a space of being hurt by religion in some capacity.
And looking out at the canyon and embracing this moment and saying, this is enough. Like I have my family. Like this is the moment. This is what matters. Not because, as you know, that wasn't enough for Chad Daybell. Chad Daybell had to envision a new Jerusalem. Lori Vallow has to envision the second coming and how she's going to be a goddess. And nobody's focusing on what's right in front of them and this life. And I think that's been my biggest lesson and my biggest transition in covering this case is should we even be focusing on anything magical if this is what it turns into?
Yeah, the simplest and most apparently benign Mormon.
I'm sorry, but what? Huh? Why is everything so word saladish? And again, how did this become part of her Mormon story? Ma'am, huh?
And or religious beliefs are that like your feelings can be inspired by a divine source or by a evil spirit. Like just that the Holy Ghost or God can give you good feelings or give you ideas in your brain, or that evil bad spirits can give you bad feelings and bad ideas. And that Jesus is coming soon, and the stakes are high. Just that. Mm-hmm. Just that. Alone. As benign as those beliefs are, we're not attacking them, but that can be a recipe for catastrophe, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
And I think just the lines get a little blurry, right? Like I'm sorry to go back to Elizabeth Smart, but I'm thinking like Brian David Mitchell, his whole thing was about kind of like wacky Mormon-based.
Brian, I'm very sorry. I know it's a process. It's been a process for years for me. Like it's a process. And once you kind of like go, you don't even realize that's what you're looking for, and it leads you here. That's the crazy thing, is just by like trying to understand like how things happen, it leads you here. And it's once you see it, you cannot unsee it. I say that way too much, but it's true.
Beliefs, but it's just so easy to label him as this, crazy guy that wandered around Salt Lake. And I just think it's so easy, and then we've got the Daybells, and we've got, Frankie and Hildebrandt and these other.
And Tim Ballard. Right?
And Tim Ballard. And the Tim Ballard case is a struggle for me because the church moved swiftly on that one and very publicly,
But only because one of their apostles was
Right.
implicated in
Exactly.
in really
I just
bad
think
behavior.
it's sad that seems to be just a complete PR response, in my opinion, where these other cases deserve to get.
I was waiting for Kyle to come in. Oh, you weren't. He wasn't paying attention. Sorry. I was going to have him say. Somebody said they are transmitting subliminal messages to us.
That's why we have tinfoil hats.
I knew he was going to say something about get your tinfoil out.
Attention or mention or denunciation from the church with no response, you know, and so.
Well, that's the number one thing I value in our faith again is, in my faith, is that it's about our brothers and sisters. That's actually another thing I love about the LDS faith is that I was taught that everyone is my brother and sister. Like we are each other's brothers and sisters. We are to watch out for each other and take care of one another. I love that.
Sorry, Kyle's getting the candy behind me. That's what you can hear. He's grabbing the candy bag. I didn't know she said amen. Do you remember what video that would be in?
And so to see us not do that because it doesn't look good, because like we don't want to get involved. Like really? So we're picking a PR stance over one another, over like solving this and talking about it.
Yeah, not to mention visions of glory and all that we've discussed with that.
Yeah, Bran, it's hard too because some people don't want to believe it. They don't, and that's okay. They have to come to their own time and place with things. But I get a little irritated when people are like, it has nothing to do. And then you're like, here it is. Like, this is her own statements, you know, and once you follow all of that stuff around, I don't know. Discussion is needed, but they try to defend the obvious too. Some people do. You've never done that.
Yeah. Like I said, no visions of glory.
Dangerous.
Yeah.
I sent y'all and Megan, the band, I sent y'all a Reddit post from yesterday. So we're talking July 1st, 2025. And it's entitled
I'll go see if I can find it. Thank you.
BYU is raising the next generation of criminals. And this is a BYU student in Provo yesterday, right? And they say,
I'll transcript them tomorrow at some point and see if I can find it. Thank you so much for pointing that out. I would like to hear that though, because if she did, that's concerning.
physically and mentally out BYU student here. Just wanted to let everyone know that Visions of Glory is still actively recommended by BYU professors and fellow students. My professor spent a good 10 minutes talking about Visions of Glory and how interesting the book is. And he, afterwards I had to read someone else's discussion post about how much they love Visions of Glory.
I got a question. How long has Megan been out of the religion? Do we know? She is ex-Mormon, right? I think that's what you guys told me is Megan's ex-Mormon. Do we know how long? If she's newly out, it could be some of that control too. I don't know.
And how wonderful of a book it is. That's in like the Canvas student assignments where they're all conversing about the lecture, right? And so the students are also chiming in about how much they love Visions of Glory, like their BYU professor. This just goes back to the idea of
Got that right, Jim.
All of a sudden Kyle was behind me in the kitchen chewing candy, and I was like, oh, he's looking at the comments, and he had to come over and say something. Sorry, but he said, you got that right, Jim.
Silence. If the church is silent on Tom Harrison, on Visions of Glory, on prepperism, it's kind of complicit in these crimes.
It is.
These lives being destroyed over and over, year after year after year. There's going to be new crimes. Maybe, hopefully not. Hopefully I'm wrong. But some people think that there's more crimes to come because the church won't denounce
There will be.
or address.
There will be.
You think there will be?
Oh, I'm in Facebook groups.
Okay. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. Anybody have a problem with the fact that she just, oh yeah, there will be. This doctrine's harmful. And then she'll go on shortly now to say that she's proud LDS. Anybody have a problem with that? She's like, yeah, built-in content for me. Oh yeah, this doctrine's going to harm more people. It's going to happen. Yep, shit. Job security. What? Yeah, there will be. But to go on and say that you're proud Mormon in the next 30 minutes is concerning.
I see the conversations. I see the YouTube videos of people talking about their children being possessed. little 3-year-olds because they're sick. And yeah, there will be. There will be. And the church, yeah, seems more concerned about, progressive Mormons right now than the conservative, extreme. Sorry, I don't mean like the extreme, very extreme, far right Mormons that are, sharing these really bizarre, unbelievable beliefs to me. But maybe that's something I've had questioned.
Really bizarre, unbelievable beliefs. Ma'am, what are you talking about? That's the church that you're trying to say that you never fit into because you had more mainstream progressive views. What are you talking about here? This is the church you've grown up in. This is the church you've described. This extremist. No, ma'am, this is the beliefs what are you doing here? She's going to say all this and go on to say that she is proud LDS. What?
What makes a belief unbelievable? At what point is my belief unbelievable too to somebody else? Are all beliefs unbelievable if we're not just sticking to what's real? There are more crimes to come. There are, and it's scary. Yeah, and I think learning about the victims, I want to say this about the Lori and Chad Daybell case, has also taught me a lot. I really connected two of the victims, Tammy Daybell, Chad Daybell's wife, who was murdered. Both Lori and Chad have been convicted of murdering her. I think about my life in my marriage, my first marriage when I was 33, and how lucky I was that I had had life experience ahead of me to sort of process what was going on. And with Tammy Daybell, she got married so...
Sorry, Krusha, I put a pretzel in my mouth and was chewing it. And I refused to chew in your guys' ear, so that was the delay. Yes, absolutely. In your email, check my email, and you'll have a way to get a hold of me. We can absolutely.
So young. And Chad was so young, and they were from the same town. They both came from good families. They hit the resume boxes for like a good, solid couple in marriage. And I do believe that Tammy Daybell was an emotionally abused woman from the very beginning. And I think that she was so young and she didn't maybe have the tools in the tool belt that I had, that I think that could have been me or anyone. And also thinking about...
Is she blonde? And was she on TikTok and just recently started posting her videos over here on YouTube? Or they're finally gaining traction? She's blonde. She was raised LDS, married LDS, and she's an influencer. I think I know exactly who you're talking about. I can't remember her name, but I've actually talked to her in one of her live streams before. She's great. When she was on TikTok one day, if it's who I'm thinking, I think she's local to me now too, potentially, or in the vicinity.
How our culture sort of allows this emotional, spiritual abuse to happen too, and that nobody fully saw it or understood it, breaks my heart, because everything I've learned about Tammy Daybell, she was an incredible woman. And then Tylee, everybody, including her family, talks about, and her own mother, talks about how she was difficult. I've been labeled difficult. She was considered so difficult, she was finally labeled dark and a zombie. What Tylee did was speak her mind. I have been labeled difficult. I speak my mind. I actually am the believer, like, if you don't stand for something, you fall for anything. I learned that in Young Women's. Like, thank you, seminary and Young Women's.
Okay, I got to apologize once again to the family. I really have to apologize. I forgot that this was in here. I should have given a warning. I forgot that in her Mormon story, she compares herself to Tylee. I should have trigger warning that yeah, this is problematic.
I believe in that. If you don't stand for something, you fall for anything. I'll teach my son that. But like, that makes me labeled difficult too, by speaking my mind, and have even been labeled dark at times, you could say, in this case. And, just being, people that disagree or stand up or are strong. So those kind of things too that I see in the culture and in our faith have also really affected me to the point where we dehumanized them completely, to the point where they're murdered. They're so dark. They're better off.
I want you to think, she promoted this video. She pinned these videos in that 9 hours. Remember that. She pinned this in her 9-hour I Have a Stalker video. She promoted this Mormon story with John Dehlin and had the balls to compare herself to a victim of a heinous crime. This was filmed July 2nd. She made the phone call to the Henderson Police Department June 19th. The Proton email was June 9th. I believe that this was a long, withstanding, open invitation interview with John Dehlin, and I think she took full advantage of it to make it part of her I am the victim story. That's my personal belief.
We murder them. You know, this labeling of dark has been to dehumanize someone so much, has affected me.
It's also interesting how John Dehlin was the one who sent her the emails that she used in her 9 hours. Like, he got an email from Felicia. That's the only one we've seen from this Felicia. None of the other colleagues have came out and said, I got this email warning me about Lauren from Felicia. Just John. She only used John's in that whole segment. Very interesting to me.
So
But again, with what John's been through, I'm sure he is alarmed if she told him half-truths or, this concocted story.
continue to cover this case, my little brother, Jamie, and he was my youngest brother. He's the one, we played teenage.
I highly doubt John Dehlin even asked any further about like the police reports or never expected to see. I wouldn't, again, I could be wrong, but I just don't think so. I think this was all Lauren's part.
Ninja Turtles with, he ended up in New York when I didn't, in Brooklyn. So I always joke that, look, you did what the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles did. You made it to New York. I became April O'Neil. We were very close, and he was a big supporter in Hidden True Crime. He was really proud of me, and he was an entrepreneur himself. He started Pleaser DAO. It was an NFT collective where they collected digital art. He even bought Wu-Tang Clan's one and only copy of Once Upon a Time in Shalom. And he was just a very creative, special, fun, kind, warm individual. And so he was about to invest in Hidden True Crime. And I was preparing for Lori Vallow's first trial. I was going to go. It was in Boise.
Who do you guys think ultimately is trying to label Lauren dark? My opinion, Lauren's trying to label herself dark for her own need to try and adapt one of the victims' stories. It's fucking gross.
Idaho. And it was March 2023. And I knew he was in the Dominican Republic. He'd been in the New York Times. He'd been in Rolling Stone. And he had just been a part of some other article. And I wrote him and I said, I'm so proud of you. And he just wrote, I love you. And the next day I had learned that he was in a accident in the Dominican Republic and that it was really bad. And it was a concern, and he had a severe traumatic brain injury, and then my brothers were flying to be with him, and we were all working together to try to get, surgery on his brain and life flights and jets and, a surgeon to him. And it was a really upsetting time. We didn't know if he was going to make it. And just as I was just getting ready to go to this trial, I thought, should I go? Should I not? And I knew that he would want me to go. I knew he'd say, go, Lauren, and my family was taking care of him. So I went to Lori Vallow's trial just a week or two after his accident happened, getting updates. It was very difficult, while also looking at the worst autopsy photos in trial that I had ever seen of two little children, JJ and Tylee, of Tammy Daybell, and in learning about, once you're there at the trial, and I know, Mindy, you came to part of it, it was all about belief. It was all about these Mormon doctrines. It was to the point where the FBI was tracking when they went to the LDS temple, because they would go to the LDS temple.
Again, I'm sorry. Why did she bring up the children? This is her Mormon story. Again, this is all just too fucking much for me to process. You mentioned the autopsy photos. I find it, she's just a YouTube creator. Once again, can you imagine being the families? Imagine the families. Ooh, the selfishness.
Well, right before the next murder. Like, this was so, it was.
They billed it as the prosecution, started out by saying it was about sex, power, and money, which it was. But so I was surprised by.
Crusha, to your above comment, I agree. That's why I said, if anybody, I think my jury is still out there. Nothing is off the table right now. There is just nothing off the table. once you start looking at this stuff, you're like, well, I've always felt this way, but is it that way? I don't know. Because there are questionable things, and somebody had mentioned like the narrow vision of what he does on his channel, and that's valid too. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see where things land if we ever uncover all of it.
Known the story, the backstory, knowing that it was very LDS influenced, I wondered what the trial would look like, and it just ended up being so heavily LDS influenced as it needed to be in order to prove the case. So it was about sex, power, and money, but I was shocked by how much the LDS angle, was presented in trial, including the location of the temple visits and
See, and I think that's really interesting too. When you go back and think about the trial coverage, the LDS beliefs were such a huge piece of it. But when certain people reported on it, they really kind of downplayed how much that was really amplified throughout the trial, in my opinion. Now, I watched that on Crush's page, so I didn't have that experience. But going back and watching some of Lauren's coverage, I question some of that now.
And many other, messages with references to like their LDS beliefs.
Well, I understand why the prosecution would set the stage with sex, power, and money to sway a jury.
Right.
I disagree with them.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I don't think it was about sex, power, money. I think those are the Dateline motives.
What?
But the hidden motives, what was really behind it all, was this driving belief in this New Jerusalem, in this afterlife, in being gods and goddesses.
Here she is once again trying to separate this belief system from the Mormon church, although she admitted just minutes ago that this is Mormon doctrine.
In immortality and eternal love and in power.
Yeah, all of that said sex, power, and money. Yeah, okay, cool. Carry on. Your little fancy word salad didn't land, ma'am. Mindy was spot on. Sex, power, money.
That's what this is about.
And some form of weird polygamy, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Danny, absolutely.
I finished up that trial, and the moment the trial finished, I flew with my son to Miami.
This stuff is so important to talk about, and I know that gets lengthy, and I really apologize for that. Like I said, I'm long-winded, and it's so important to talk about what she is actually like, the connecting. There's just a lot to unpack here, and I appreciate you guys hanging out with me, being long-winded, and all these different sideline discussions. And
where my brother now was in the ICU still, to the moment it finished. A dear friend came with me too.
right,
And there was like a moment I sat with my brother. I saw him in the hospital room for the first time, and I just started crying so hard. And initially,
majority of the cases that they talked about in that post Crime Con wrap up were Mormon involved. Bonnie Cordon, Shanna Gardner.
my first response would be to pray. I'm like, I need to pray, and I couldn't. So that was the moment where I realized something had changed in me. I didn't want.
But Wilda, I didn't even recognize that. If you think about that, that is so spot on. Dr. John masked the religion part with major psychobabble. It is so valid. I mean, they touched on the religion aspect, but again, the pieces that they were willing to go to aren't shocking. They're publicly known connections and things and like that have been out there. So the pieces that people knew, but the deeper, darker areas, that's why Krusha is difficult and destructive, in my opinion. Yeah.
To pray. Praying reminded me of Chad
I'm
Daybell
not saying that.
and Lori Vallow
She believes
and
that.
Julie Rowe, and I couldn't do it. I couldn't. So that was a moment, but I cried and cried, and
That's because Nate Eaton is who emailed Hellis's book transcript to Lauren Matthias, Hidden True Crime. What if they've been communicating back and forth with problematic people, family members like myself? Both never interviewed me. Lauren did. However, platform Megan, their shared love for Mormonism, but both have never approached me. I know that's a perfect word for that. Just like Dr. John did the same sort of thing for Richard Allen, psychobabble to create the bad guy, at least in the public's perception. Yeah, I don't even know the depths of that case. I'm hearing that. I don't know myself. Like, I didn't watch enough to even know. But I've been hearing a lot of the cases they've covered, people have problems with. There's other ones that are outside of this that I want to know who sent her the C&Ds. Does anybody have any idea of which families have sent her C&Ds or an inkling of who might have sent her a C&D?
And I spoke to him, and I think,
I want to know why.
yeah, that's what mattered to me again, was like connecting to him.
He mentioned that people had sent her C&Ds in that 9 hours. I'm curious as to who and why.
In that moment, this was about the moment here now, and he was still there, and to just speak to him and look at him and be with him.
My problem with his coverage, that's very interesting that you say that, because he concocted an entire story in front of our eyes. His thought experiment of the Becky and the Victoria was a thought experiment, and he made himself cry at the end of it. If he can make himself cry at the end of that, do you think the audience fell for that? Oh, sure. They sure as fuck did. With that type of emotional manipulation with credentials behind it, you can publicly sway a jury real fast. You turn on, this is why she brought her trial to the court of public opinion, because oftentimes it's very much needed in these social media cases that they run. She couldn't win this in a courtroom. So the next best thing is the court of public opinion. She knows what she's doing. They all do. That's my opinion.
So that was something.
That's a Diet Coke.
The next year, voice.
I was going to cut it off and say, let's finish it tomorrow, but we've got 33 minutes left. So we're going to get through it tonight. If you guys are good, I'm good. Buckle in. We'll probably be here another hour. Sorry, these are long, but there's a lot to talk about.
Again, I went back for Chad Daybell's trial. And
Diet Coke.
For Chad Daybell's trial, my brother was now back in Salt Lake recovering.
That is a Diet Coke straight up.
We were hoping he was recovering. He wasn't recovering much, but we were seeing glimpses of hope,
Oh, he loves that.
How long had it been at this point from his accident time?
A year.
Okay.
Because Chad and Lori's trials were a year apart.
That's right. Almost exactly a year apart, weren't they?
And a year is when it matters with a traumatic brain injury. A year is when they say, wait a year. Like, see what happens. You never know. Is he going to wake up more? Just wait for a year. He wasn't brain dead at all, but just wait. He was making eye contact and he was moving his hands. And
good night, Angel.
So just wait a year. And so that year was when Chad Daybell's trial started. And a lot.
I know about the Corey Richins stuff a little bit. That one's really interesting. And what's really interesting to me is her defense team coming out publicly. Again, court of public opinion. You see a kind of a similarity there. I don't know about the other case, the Jennifer Glentil. I don't know about that case, but I will have to look into it. Thank you for mentioning that.
Of Chad Daybell's trial, some of the evidence we'd seen, we had to go through the autopsy photos again and what happened and all of the text messages between Lori and
something interesting. I don't know what it is with that case. I don't know the details extensively, but something has felt weird about that case to me.
Chad discussing, children who are dark and zombies and possessed. And his wife, Tammy.
I don't know if I feel bad for her, but
the biggest piece of new evidence in Chad Daybell's trial showing his manipulation was this patriarchal blessing.
No shit. That's what I'm saying. That's why she had to fluff it with the credentials. She couldn't have Crush out here.
That he gave to Lori's brother, Alex Cox, telling Alex Cox his future, that he would save Minnie, that he was his sister.
I don't know the story she told publicly on her brother, so I can't fill any details in there. I haven't watched enough of her coverage, but it does sound like the stories varied from what I've heard in comment section. Now, I haven't watched that myself.
Protector. What else? You were there this day, Mindy, sitting next to me.
Yeah.
What was said in that patriarchal blessing? It was, and of course, Chad isn't a real patriarch, so she's giving this quote unquote patriarchal blessing.
I don't remember so much what was said, but what was more impactful I think to both of us was just how familiar it felt, just the cadence of his speaking and kind of that soft spoken. There were promises given, there were hints.
Hey, Stitching, good to see you.
As to Alex being a protector, had taken on that protector role.
He would know when to go to the other side.
Yes.
He would save children. He would rescue children and carry them, and protect
That
people.
He was a valiant.
Ugh. Go back to what I showed you. Hold on. The picture, the Tim Ballard picture. The rescuing children. Ugh. Think about this. Oh, hold on. Let's go back to all these pop-ups. Damn pop-ups. Oh, you have to hold on. You have to subscribe. I hate some of these newspaper ones. Give me 1 second. Let me get you a different one. The Salt Lake Tribune. Here, let's see if I want to show that picture again. I'll pull up the Reddit. The Reddit lets us see it. Ugh. Just the whole thing. Sorry, too much.
Spirit in this probation.
I'll go refresh my memory on the people that are portrayed in that picture, and then we'll review it again.
And
yeah, I remember sitting next to you while it was being played. It was one of the most poignant moments for me in the trial, because when I heard it,
oh my God, yeah.
I almost went in a trance, because you just said, it was so familiar. He sounded like a patriarch.
He did.
Giving a patriarchal blessing. And I had heard this meek, soft voice before, this religious voice. It sounded not just like the patriarch that gave me my patriarchal blessing, but the men who have given me blessings, the elders who have been giving me blessings, the grandfather who gave me a blessing, the neighbor who gave me a blessing.
And if you think about it, think about the journalism and the controlled media in Utah, Deseret News, the news stations, all of it. It's just fucking weird. But hey, at one point in time, they could control what people learned about the church that they believed in and the true beliefs. Once they couldn't do that anymore with social media, and they couldn't prevent knowledge from getting out there about their belief systems, they had to control it in any way they possibly could. Introduction: the influencers from the Mormon church in every genre.
There was no difference. And this meek, soft voice, I just listened, sort of I don't know. I felt, I don't know if a trance is the best word, but I almost felt like I was so enveloped in listening to this. And so it was so frightening to me to hear this familiar, I just have this meek. There's just something about this.
And the fact that it's Candace Owens, Tony Robbins, all of these people depicted, Abe Lincoln. It is fucking what? That photo is nuts. Nuts. The fact that Mike Tomlin wrote the part for his book, yeah, all of it's too much.
Meekness, this false
voice
meekness.
breaking,
emotion.
Yep.
When he's one of those prideful men there is, and he's got children buried in his backyard, to have this meek voice. And we listened to it. It was long. It was 15 minutes. And when Chad Daybell said amen, I said an audible amen in court. Do you remember that?
I do remember.
Here you go, Huggy Bear.
Was that just habit?
I think I was so enveloped in the moment and so I can't believe this. I was feeling it with every piece of my body. I can't believe this. It was habit, but I was just so enveloped in the moment of thinking about it. But I think that also shows just how a habit familiar it was. I couldn't believe I had said it out loud.
It seemed like it just came out. I remember looking at you you said the inside part out loud, Lauren. Yeah. And a few people I think kind of glanced over it. And the moment passed, but I was wow, yeah.
Yeah. And
I forgot that she even mentioned that Huggy Bear in this one. Oh, yikes. Yikes.
I think that was a moment for me when I realized I will never have a man bless me again. Ever. I will bless myself. I can.
Huh? come again, I will bless. I mean, God, I could really be mean right now. I'm not going to. Let me just hit this button because I could say something. I mean,
Bless myself if I ever want a blessing.
bless you.
But after that moment, to see or feel the power that this man had over
Fuck yeah.
Alex Cox in that moment, and in the courtroom and me in that moment too, saying, amen, like, I will never let a man lay his hands on me again and give me a blessing and have that sort of power over me ever again. So,
Well,
yeah.
Yeah. And then, this year, maybe fast forwarding a bit, Lori has another trial and your brother's story
Yeah.
reaches a conclusion of sorts.
Yeah.
This is just a lot. There's just a lot here. I'm really trying to behave.
Yeah.
I could get.
Yeah. So Lori has another trial. This is the crime.
How the fuck are we here? This is her Mormon story. No, ma'am. You're not a part of this. This could have been easily solved in one sentence. I am a reporter or a YouTuber. I'm not even a reporter anymore. And I report on Mormon crimes. But somehow, some way, these trials, these victims became your Mormon story. I know. This should have just been the job piece of it, right? Not part of your story.
This is the case that never ends.
It's worth noting, I'll just say this, it's worth noting that this isn't the only story you cover. Like, you've covered, I don't know, dozens and dozens of stories, and each one...
You wouldn't know that, John, because this has became her personality. This is a part of who she is. This is all she can talk about. Look at it. She has the opportunity of talking about all these other cases that she's covered. No, this is totally... It's part of her Mormon story, John.
has so much detail. I'm just always stunned by how quickly you're able to grasp the details, you and John, the details of a story, and how many facts you guys are able to keep in your brains about
and all the
multiple
FOIA
stories.
docs and, motions and interviews. And
Yeah.
I agree. This isn't the only case that you guys have really, really dug deep into. It's impressive.
Yeah. There's
Because
a lot.
in between these trials, you're building Hidden True Crime YouTube
Correct.
channel and podcast. And
Yeah,
it's
we're covering other
experiencing
cases.
phenomenal. I remember when you were at 10,000 subscribers and then 50.
They have to bring her out of this. That little trance she just went in, like, they had to bring her out of that. They had to be like, oh yeah, you covered other cases. Do you think that they recognize that in that moment? Like, that's one case impacted your Mormon story so much. Like, you've covered other cases. Like, we're just talking about your job, your work history here. Like, there's other cases in this. Do you think that?
And then 100. I'm like, whoa, they're really taking off. I was definitely cheering you guys on.
Well, you helped us a lot. Mormon Stories helped us a lot. So thank you. I appreciate that. Earlier this year, I actually came here because we were all talking about, was it
Yeah.
the
We were
documentary?
talking about,
It was the
about
documentary.
on the Frankie Hildebrandt case.
With
with the
uh,
Kevin Frankie, the Hulu documentary.
Yes. Devil in the Family.
Yes.
Is that the name of it? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That was a
So we were
long
talking
day.
about the
Yeah.
documentary.
Yeah.
And I was coming out here. My mom is on hospice and my brother was on hospice. And honestly, I would never wish this decision on a family ever, but we were making that sort of that Terry Shiver, you remember her decision? So many decisions to make, to have 7 people on board.
This is
To,
so wild.
one moment someone's like, we've got to end this, while someone else is saying, let's try stem cells. He's a donor. So the going through all the, what do we donate? His heart, his lungs, his kidney, like, can we not? Are we able to? And so, I don't wish that upon anyone. I admire
I'm sorry for the loss of your brother. No, that sucks.
my siblings and my family that went through this, but he was on hospice at this moment and I was here, I think this chair. So just,
Okay, that was awkward.
but it was in March. This is March. And we were talking and my phone actually started blowing up mid episode saying that he wasn't doing well. He had pneumonia. And then I saw that they were having a donor team come in to see if he qualified, because that matters too. And he did. And so we finished the episode and I was supposed to go home that night, but instead I went to St. Joseph where he was, and the donor team was taking him and they were going to find organs, and it was his time. So I never went home that night. And 2 days later, we surrounded him in the hospital after they had found donors for after they found, recipients. Thank you. After they found recipients for his organs. And they removed his breathing tube and we held him, and it took him like 45 minutes, and we encouraged him and we cheered him on and told him he could do it. And, just, yeah. And then it was beautiful. They do a donor walk and they walked him out and,
I'm sure that was very tragic and very hard for her family.
honored him, but we were with him when he died. And then we had,
Like, I can't imagine. That would be difficult. So I'm not going to undermine that at all. Like, again, this gets back onto her story. It's about her family. Okay. Better than her comparing herself to victims.
But I think that was after the second trial.
This makes sense.
it was after Lori's second trial and before the third.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. March.
At least this makes sense in her story, though, because it's actually about her family this time. 99% of the other stuff has been about everybody else's Crush's family,
That doesn't super matter, but
Yeah. No, it does matter. And his funeral was
I'm not saying it's only Crush, all of, everybody else's family attached to the other cases.
March 22nd.
Not
We
Crush.
had a funeral for him March 22nd.
HTC.
And so it was right before Lori's
Really?
third trial. And so I spoke and I read.
I am not even getting you guys in these rabbit holes. I'm not going to come out one of these days. You guys are going to have to come in for my feet.
This quote and I want to read it.
Yeah.
Because this is a big takeaway. Yeah. So it's,
How before she reads this, how many of you have seen the movie Heretic or Heretic? Is it Heretic or Heretic? Anyways, how many of you have seen it? And if you haven't, watch it. It's wild.
Carl Sagan, famous philosopher,
Again, it's just a movie, but it's a good watch.
famous atheist, his wife, Andrewen,
Oh no.
was also a philosopher, writer and producer. And after Carl died,
Right.
she said this, and my brother loved the cosmos. So he even had a dog named Cosmo. And
I do too.
he always talked about the cosmos, and I don't know what he believed in the end. He was not LDS, and he did not identify as LDS. But
Well, I'm really, really incredibly sorry for your family and what you guys have been going through. That's a lot. And you're right. Like, but again, I draw it back to this was intentional. She used this in her 9 hours, I believe. She was already in the midst of this stalker saga, right? So she needed more evidence. Her agenda has always been evidence. Her words, not mine. She said it on Mormon Discussion. She said her agenda has always been evidence. I believe that she was setting up evidence by, sending people there. Like, you would be so emotionally invested in this story of all these tragedies, one after another. And most of her following is so involved in this Daybell vow. They like instantly, oh my God, you poor thing, because she's emotionally manipulating them to believe she's like the victims of these heinous crimes. It's a fucking mind fuck.
no,
All of it. This is wild.
I'll just read it. So, and Anne asking about how her husband, Carl, an atheist. Carl faced his death with unflagging courage and never sought refuge in illusions.
That's true.
The tragedy was that we knew we would never see each other again. I don't ever expect to be reunited with Carl. But the great thing is that when we were together for nearly 20 years, we lived with a vivid appreciation of how brief and precious life is.
Well, she told us in these interviews that she's been fascinated with true crime since she was like able to read, super young, like under a teenager. She's been fascinated with true crime and had wilds. Part one is really odd. Really, the young years are strange.
We never trivialized the meaning of death by pretending it was anything other than a final parting. The way he treated me and the way I treated him, the way we took care of each other and our family while he lived, that is so much more important than the idea that I will see him someday. I don't think that I will ever see Carl again, but I saw him. We saw each other. We found each other in the cosmos, and that was wonderful. Anne. And I think that represents, so much of where I am right now after covering Lori and Chad Daybell and Jody.
At the end of part one, they actually thanked Grayson for helping with this production. So I bet it's more Grayson that helped her write this script than Dr. John, but I could be wrong.
Hildebrandt and Ruby Franke, they sought refuge in illusions. They put more emphasis on the hereafter and the the forever than they did in the mortal right now. And that to me was their biggest downfall. Like,
Does she call her Terry Shriver? Isn't it Terry Shrivo? Is that what she says is Shriver, though? Did I say that?
rather than thinking of this moment, rather than they thought of the New Jerusalem and being a god and goddess and the
Kay.
hereafter, to the point where this moment, their children's lives didn't even.
Thank you, Kay. You know, I get rattling on these topics because this stuff is really intriguing to me, but just seeing so much of this shit, and how it ties in different places, that's a mind fuck.
Matter, because they would just go on to the next. Sort of like, oh, don't worry if you don't meet love in this life, Lauren, you can just meet your love in the next. And I'm not okay with that. What matters to me is not this imaginary man I might meet in the next life. It's loving John.
Oh, that's
right here and now. It's
right.
Loving my son right here and now. It's being
Driver.
In this
Nurse.
moment is loving my brother and being with one another. And I think that this fear of death I had when I was a child, like this need for a heaven and this fear, I think I've replaced it now with.
That's an interesting correlation too. Very interesting.
The idea of how precious it all is.
It's just disgusting though, how these victim stories have become her.
Right now that it is fleeting. I think that the other thing I've learned is how fearful human beings are. I've learned of this from crime, like how fearful human beings are of change. We don't like change. We want things to be permanent. Our families need to be together forever. The church can't change or progress. Everything has to be permanent. But the truth is,
Eve, you could be onto something there for sure.
everything changes. Everything changes and everything is fleeting. And what matters is this moment. And I'm sort of finding that in my newfound faith in this time. So now you're asking, like, what do I believe? I don't know what I believe. Like, I think I still want to say that I'm a Christian, that I identify as a Christian because I believe in loving one another and in those Christian teachings. But I don't know who Christ is. I mean, he could be a savior. He could also be a covert narcissist. Like, I don't know. I mean, I am the way, the truth, and the life. That's pretty bold. Like, but I believe in the metaphor and what he stands for and what he means, which is loving one another and not judging and being there and being with the sick and the homely and the lowly in heart. But I don't know. So I don't know if I can be LDS and Christian and an agnostic at the same time, if that's okay. Because I also, I don't think I can ever have the pride to say, I know that there is a God. I don't know. I don't know if there's.
Oh, this bothers me so freaking bad. I don't even have the words. This bothers me so bad.
The hereafter. I hope there is. I maybe think there isn't. I want there to be. So I think I'm humble enough to say I'm agnostic, but I would never have the pride that Lori and Chad had to say that they know. I mean, even in Lori's.
She can't even fucking answer a question about her damn religion without bringing this case up and the victims. Come on, man. Stop it. This is gross, Lauren. Gross.
Most recent interview with Nate Eaton, she's saying that she knows the Savior. She knows she'll be exonerated.
She knows her kids are fine.
She knows her kids are fine and
Tim's
happy.
Fine.
And the Jesus is super happy with her. And
Jesus is super happy with her. But how different is this than saying that you know that God lives and you know that you'll be with your family forever? We don't know. We hope.
Yeah.
But I think, this is actually a quote that I wrote in my book, page 218 of my book, about change.
Right.
And I say, the more we cling to our idealistic stories, the more likely we are to refuse to give them up because we might have to admit that we were wrong. We might have to admit that maybe our lives did not go according to plan. We might have to admit that maybe the complexity of our lives outstripped the simplicity of our illusions. I began to understand the more deeply I clung to my story, the more I refused to let it go in spite of the reality. So I think that that's where I am, is sometimes we just have to admit that
It's just, I got no words for this. We've watched this a few times, and every time I hear it, I'm sitting there like, what? How? And she promoted this in the 9 hours. Okay. All right. Here we are.
complexity of our
I'm just listening to you.
lives outstrip the simplicity of our illusions. And that is what Lori and Chad didn't do. That is what Jody and Ruby didn't do. And that is what Minnie
I don't know.
refuse to do. And I think that that's a good place to be. So I think, I am where am I? What is my Mormon story? I am Mormon, and I'm actually a proud Mormon. I'm proud to be LDS. Like, this is my heritage. I just can't.
Help. How? Help. What? How do you say all that, then say this? Like, how?
Wake up tomorrow and not be Mormon. It's an identity. It's a culture. It's something that has been really good in my life. So, I mean,
Something that's been really good in our lives while reporting on everybody else's worst moments it's something that's been very good in her life, but she tries to connect herself to victims where that religion and belief system ended up leading to. Huh? Mm-hmm. Yeah. This is where we are.
I don't know what the future looks like. Everything changes. I don't know where my life will lead or what will happen, but
Who is she?
yeah, I'm a Christian. I'm LDS. I'm agnostic. I want to be able to realize that the complexity of life outstrips any illusions I may have had.
Marilyn, that's what I think she attempted to do, in my opinion. Again, I said it the other day, not to hurt anybody, but I believe that she was attempting to make the public seem like she was so close to Kay that she was almost like a daughter to Kay. Like, that's what she wanted the public to view her as, was so close to these people, spending time with them, spending time with her grandkids. Like, she was attempting to silence Kresha and then rub it in her face. I have a feeling she's probably done that with other victims too. But I've said that openly before. I think that's what she was doing with Kresha. And she was trying to use that to her advantage. And I hate that, but
And be open to change. So that's where I am.
Beautiful. You just gave me a thought about Mormonism in the church I've never had before, and that's hard after 20, 30 years of doing this. What if the church were called the Church of Jesus Christ of Present-day Saints?
so wild.
I could get behind that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's do it. Let's start a petition.
I mean, I'm just saying.
So
yeah, what would happen? Imagine if
a $300 billion organization with allegedly 17 million members were spending every day on the present moment, making the present moment as good as possible for as many people as possible.
Right. That would be beautiful.
I like that.
Yeah. I love that.
Sorry, you guys are spot on in the comments. I'm just over here pinning your comments and going, yep. I'm glad you guys get it and see it. It's so refreshing.
Yeah.
Because this was, when I watched this, I've watched this portion like 5 times when I've been telling people, no, she is LDS, because so many of her followers or ex-followers cannot answer this. Like, they do not believe she's LDS. So I have played this part so many times, and it's shocking to me that her followers have no clue where she stands as she's reporting on these crimes.
You do mention at the end, and it's worth mentioning that we did our episode about the Mormon influence.
I've been waiting for her to use that she is being persecuted. I've been waiting for that. I think it's coming.
On Chad and Lori Daybell, I think it was in 2021. And then the Ruby Frankie and Jody Hildebrandt stuff came out after that, and we covered the Visions of Glory stuff and other things.
Again, she said it in this one. She was going to Kay Woodcock's Facebook right away, looking at Kay Woodcock, seeing how much they were struggling and crying out for help. Like, help, what is going on here? She watched it.
And, our group with us 3 and Megan have been some of my favorite episodes of all time. So
it is.
You do mention child abuse in the church in your closing thoughts. Do you want to
I forgot about that? Yeah, no, I do. I think moving forward with Hidden True Crime, I think the other thing that I've uncovered through studying these LDS crimes is the rampant child abuse in the church, and that's been really hurtful to my heart. That's been really hard.
Kresha, that's what I've always questioned with a lot of the true crime influencers that are LDS. Not just her, but a lot of them. I've wondered that, and now I'm asking it more and more. The big thing that the Mormon church has is a reputation arm. They don't like their image being tarnished.
To process. And I'll say this too, like, because I acknowledge
appreciate you
that I'm LDS on my channel when talking about this stuff, or that I have an LDS background.
Yeah.
There are a lot of opinions on my bias. And some people call me an apologist. Some people think that, I'm not hard enough on the church. Other people think that I'm too hard on the church. But I think that what I will always do, again, it's a lesson. I brought it up already that I learned in Young Women's. If you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. Like, I will always stand for evidence.
She is such a contradiction, you guys. Everything. Hey, Rotaro, she is such a contradiction. She talks out both sides of her fucking face. I'm sorry. It is what it is. She does, though. She talks out both sides of her fucking face.
And I will never back away from what I am seeing. And what I am seeing a lot of is abuse in this faith I love and in this church I love. And it is something that I want to keep uncovering. And I'll never, if I see it, I will never just.
Huggy Bear. Well, according to Grayson, she's still investigating because people have tried to tie it back to some with the church, but she's got to do further investigating. That's what Grayson said after their return from CrimeCon.
Look the other way. Like
what do you need to investigate? It was ruled a homicide, ma'am. Just report the story. Oh, wait.
I will.
You can't.
Move forward covering that. And I see that in the future with hidden true crime.
Yeah. And I love it that.
Ew. Oh, the way she answers that. Let's back that up.
I will, move forward covering that. And I see that in the future with hidden true crime.
Again, she can't disconnect herself from the very belief system that might be causing these crimes. It gives her job security. How fucking gross. That's what you're saying, dude. I'm proud to be LDS, but I know that they're going to, the belief system that I'm telling you guys that I believe in, but I'm trying to just separate it out here, is going to cause a lot more harm and a lot more deaths are going to happen. And you know what? I'm going to be there to report on it all the way. Yup. I'm dedicated to reporting, but I'm going to still believe in that shit. What the fuck, man?
Yeah. And I love it that you're modeling the ambiguity and even the ambivalence of
Hey, Endless Bloom.
not having certainty, but still recognizing the value of your community and your heritage. Because Mormonism,
Possibly.
as I listen to your story now, I fully understand where you are.
Well, she's not the traditional Mormon woman. She was married late. She's married to not an LDS man. Like, she's got to have value and worth in something. Maybe, there's just so many things going on here. I don't fucking know.
Like, there's so many points in your life where you were terrified.
Good night, Gray Pearl.
Afraid. Your family was in turmoil.
Yeah.
Financial
Good
difficulties, needing hope and guidance or structure or community. And it just seems like the Mormon church came through for you and in many instances for your family time and time.
But honestly, when you're sitting there, I don't even know if I would have recognized the amount of manipulation she was doing if she was right. She is very skilled. She's very skilled. I'll be honest. She is pretty skilled at the manipulation.
And time again.
You know where it just came through recently? So with all of the upsetting things that was happening during study.
Jim, I'm going to need you to watch some of his other interviews and tell me if you still believe that, because you don't know him at all. And I would be really interested to hear if you think he's like this all the time or if this was different. I'm seriously interested in what you guys think of him, because I don't know if my opinion is valid on him. I've never questioned it, but now everything's on the table again for me, because when you see the connecting factor, you're like, huh.
The Lori and Chad
That's
Daybell
something
case
there,
for
isn't
6 years. And again, my little brother, who told me before his death he did not identify as LDS or Mormon, that all of these people from my childhood, this community came back, which so many of.
Could it be a faith crisis because her brother didn't believe before he passed? I don't know.
Them are still LDS, and I didn't know how much it would mean to me to have that community come back. Sort of like with George's funeral, like, it made me so grateful at that moment on March 22nd to be surrounded by these people I love in this village, and so grateful for this. Yeah.
This is why I also think this is a call out to her fellow Mormons of, hey, I'm about to have some shit started with another LDS, and you're going to have to pick. So you're going to have to pick the more valued Mormon in this true crime space. I think she kind of garnered on that a little bit. to her advantage.
The heritage in this village that I loved and was so grateful for that on my brother's funeral day. I just didn't know how much it would mean to me and how much I needed that. So, and for my little boy, people wondering, I was his Sunbeams teacher. I loved being a Sunbeams teacher because I could teach him about all those good parts. I still try to take him sometimes and encourage him, but I'll let him lead the way there. He doesn't always want to go. So we'll see. Yeah.
And how's the channel? And what's the future of the channel, if you've got any thoughts about the future?
The future of Hidden True Crime looks good.
Looks like a train wreck. Sorry, I'm going to tell you what the future of Hidden True Crime looks like.
I'm getting too old for this shit.
Or a little bit of like this.
Am I right?
No.
Do you guys get my drift? Do y'all get what I'm smoking? Do you pick up what I'm putting down? Like, just because you
Are you down with the get down? And followed up by this.
Oopsie, made a oopsie.
That's what the upcoming looks like for Hidden True Crime.
Covering numerous crimes. We don't just cover LDS crimes. In fact, it's nice to have a bit of a break, honestly, it's heavy. So, but crimes are always hard and they're always sad. And we try to cover crimes where we feel we can bring value to the case, where we can benefit it in some way in discussing or analyzing or processing those hidden motives.
Value to the Mormon church by softening the blow.
And we will continue to do that on our podcast and YouTube channel.
I also have to say that when I think about the arc of your story, where you're about to peak in Milwaukee, right? Mm-hmm. And you're thinking that's my big break. Mm-hmm. And that could really make or break you, right? Mm-hmm. I can guarantee.
Ark, you are not the first to say that in any way, shape, or form.
To you, there's been dozens and dozens of correspondents in mid-markets like Milwaukee that we have never heard from and we will never heard from. But your decision, courageous decision with Dr. John to pursue Hidden True Crime has led you to be on how many nationwide documentaries, Hulu specials, HBO specials, Netflix specials? Like the visibility, well, the reach y'all have had, the impact y'all have had, and the visibility that you've had, it all paid off. Like it's a real, I don't want to say rags to riches, but riches to rags to riches, real success story. And I'm just so delighted.
Real success story off the back of horrific crimes. I want you to think about that. A real success story. Yes, somebody's always going to be reporting on these crimes, but now we find out how things were going on behind the scenes.
It couldn't happen to a better person. Am I wrong, Mindy?
I totally agree. And I just think the combination of you and Dr. John and what you each bring to your channel is just so special. It's like lightning in a bottle, right? And I think that's why you've been so successful, because, you know, sometimes you'll take the lead on the things that you're really strong and great at. And then he jumps in with his knowledge and expertise and maybe shies away from the things that maybe you're more comfortable with and vice versa. And I love to follow your channel and to see how many times in the comments will something get covered or a breaking news point and your hidden gems and your...
Sometimes I just shake my head and feel like I can't even imagine. I haven't had a family impacted by this. I can't even imagine how this feels for the families. If we have such a reaction to what we're listening to, and it's basically like, yep, we've made an entire brand out of other people's pain and suffering. I mean, oof. And then you find out how she has like moved around these families to get on all the gross.
Your followers will be like, I can't wait to hear what Dr. John has to say about this. You know, it's such an interesting and valuable combination. And separately, you're amazing, but together, it's really special. And I'm not surprised that you've grown so much. And I really look forward to what's to come for you. I'm glad that the Daybell chapter hopefully is coming to an end. It's taken up a lot of our, and by choice, I chose to follow that case. It had special interest for me, but I'm like, yeah, moving on. Right. Yeah. And with so much, love and support for the victims and their families. And you never want to lose sight of that in these types of cases that you follow. But yeah, I look forward to what's to come for you.
I would have never watched this because her Mormon story would have never been of interest to me. I don't know why, but her promoting that is what drew my interest, and I'm glad we did. It's been painful, but I'm glad we watched this. because I would have never picked her story to watch on John Delen's. I don't watch all of his, but the ones I've seen, yeah, no.
As a team and with your channel, and
Thank you.
we'll continue to support you.
Thank you. So in other words, yeah, John was right when he said, don't move to Milwaukee. You know, it seems.
Dr. John.
Yeah, bye, John. Yeah, not you. Yeah, Dr. John was right. So yeah, feels good.
Beautiful. And the only other last thing I'll say is that, like, people tell me, man, John, you work hard all the time. I guarantee you work harder than me. You work really
You
hard.
are one of the hardest working people I have ever witnessed.
Absolutely.
You know, seeing you up in Idaho at those trials, and you were so gracious to allow me to stay with your friend, and just like seeing you behind the scenes, I'm like dying to lay on the couch and I'm not taking notes and preparing things. I'm just, yeah, you're a hard worker, Lauren. But take care of yourself too, and
Heck yeah.
and, you know, it seems like you know yourself and you know your balance, but
No, thank you. Yeah, I'm still working on work-life balance. Growing a business is hard, but I hope that I can get to a place where things can balance out. But yeah, right now it's a growing business and it's very busy and exhausting. So hopefully that'll be the next step, is figuring out how to maybe slow down a little bit more and be in that present moment, you know, be with my son and John, and just
So
enjoy
remind
the moment.
people how they can follow and support you guys one last time.
You can find us on YouTube at Hidden True Crime, or subscribe. Subscribing is always the biggest help. If you could subscribe, it's free to do, or on our podcast platform.
Krisha, I'm just sorry. Like, I know I don't need to apologize, but I am. I hate this shit. I really, just watching how candid she is about all this, for everybody, all of the victims and the families that she impacted. I'm sorry. Like, this is a lot.
You can subscribe. It's also free to do.
Spotify, Apple Podcasts.
Spotify, Apple, anywhere you listen to your podcasts. And leave us a review too, an Apple review, a 5-star Apple review. That's a huge help.
That's why I love Justin Lone. Like, he's my favorite that's covered it. That's who I've gone to for anything I've wanted to watch. I really like Adam's coverage. Always have. I've watched him more for the Ballard stuff, but still, like,
Patreon.com/Hidden True Crime. That is a monthly membership to support us, but you get bonus episodes every week, behind the scenes episodes of John and I just discussing what's going on. And then,
Buy your book.
You can get my book.
Show one last time.
If interested.
Tell them the name.
Escaping Emotional Abuse, Healing Journey. Yeah. Now, this is the first time I've ever promoted it.
Am I having a memory of Dr. John wanting to write a book? Or is that your Dr. John wants? I'm remembering that your Dr. John was working on a book at one point, right?
Yes, I think he's still working on the book.
Yeah, that's still in the works.
To an agent. Yeah,
nice.
Right now.
Good.
Yeah, so things are good, and yeah.
Krisha, that's why it's so important for your voice to be heard. That's why it's so important. What you are doing and what you have continued to do is so important. You are incredibly brave. You have never once given up and walked away, and I just want to commend you for that. You have continued to fight for your family, and I respect the hell out of you for not giving up. I can't imagine how hard this has been. I know you're not looking for sympathy, but this is the reality, and we are hearing her say it. And again, I just feel bad. All victims and their families, I feel bad for what's done to them, and there's nothing we can do to stop it. There will be the next case that they all jump on and do it too again, and it's just...
Yeah, we'll see. Like I said, everything changes. We'll see where the future takes us. So, yeah.
Well, thanks, Lauren Matthias, for coming on Mormon Stories and telling us your epic Mormon story.
You're welcome. Well, yeah.
It was
not
well
over.
worth the wait. Yeah.
It's not over.
Well, it was well worth the wait. Yeah. It was phenomenal. And Mindy Caldwell, thanks for coming back.
You're welcome. Always a pleasure to be here. And yeah, I'm always surprised by how...
I know it's hard to dig in from this angle. And I know a lot of people don't want to dig in from the religion aspect. These are the things we're taught not to talk about, religion and politics. But when they are the reason and the things that impacting people, we have to be willing to talk about this stuff. And it's so important to understand, because this is impacting people's lives, a lot of people's lives.
Quickly the time goes, even though I know we've been here for hours, but I've been waiting for your Mormon story for a long time. You know, I've seen people question after and after, what does Lauren believe? What is her, and so this has been enlightening and really educational, and makes me feel like
Difficult research. Krisha, were you here when Mindy said that Julie Rowe has impacted her family? Do you know about that rabbit hole?
I know you a lot better, and I appreciate that. And so thank you for being here and for sharing your story.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks for listening for so long. You know what prepared us for this was we were children that went to 3-hour.
Right. It seemed like she was telling everybody else's stories and somehow adapting it to her story. I don't know.
Church.
Flex.
How about 8 to 10 hours of general conference?
And that too.
Oh, goodness.
In a weekend.
Always.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us today on Mormon Stories Podcast. Huge thanks to Brooklyn.
Well, hearing her mention in this again that she reached out and interviewed John when he was being excommunicated brings up some question marks for me.
And Julia and Grayson for all the help with these 2 episodes.
There's once again him thanking Grayson.
Have to thank our donors that make all this possible.
So that's that. Thank you, John DeLynn and Mormon Stories Podcast. I have always really enjoyed their podcast. A big piece of me feels like John just got caught up in this too. He was just a part of it. You know, who better to get you out there to the Mormon ex-Mormon communities than John DeLynn? He had the #1 podcast in like the religion, people going through faith crisis. Very important aspect. And of course, they're going to cover it because they talk about the belief systems and things of that nature, why people are leaving the church. Was he just another need to be controlled? That's what I feel like. But I don't know. Once you start like looking at this stuff, you start going, okay, how far does all of this go? I want to believe that some of it only goes to these certain pieces, but then you start thinking, oh my gosh. DB, it did. It sucked. I agree with that. Wow. Wow, I didn't know that. Oh, Krusha. Oof, I'm sorry. God. I didn't mean to sound like BJ right there. Wow. Wow. I'm just stunned. And this is what I was so fearful of. I really was. I said this right when it happened. And I hated saying it. I said, but this opened up Pandora's box. I said, if this at first I was willing to give grace and say, you know what? She can redeem herself. There's enough here that she can come out and say, here's the proof this really did happen. There was room for that. I was giving grace for that. I was still on the fence. But as time's gone on and we have listened to more and more of this, all of it was intentional. But for what? And she intentionally brought the victims and their families into it. Every situation. And you guys just got through 6 years of absolute hell in your lives. And now have to contend with this? I don't know. Absolutely, Meg. 100%. Thank you guys for being willing to take these left turns with me. Right turns, left turns, turnabouts, roundabouts. Absolutely. I will, Duchess. Thank you. It doesn't, Marilyn. It doesn't. Absolutely agree. And that's why it's so hard. And I really dread going back through that 9 hours. But I think it's important too. I can see why people are asking for that. Because it's a direct, like when you see her claims and then the actual police reports that she didn't show, the other side of it, people's experience, like the other pieces, it's drastic. And when you sit and listen to these things, like she promoted this. Why? Why did she do that? But this has been her life. Let's talk about that for a second. This is why I think it also will help us build out our timeline of characters, chaos, and control. Like I think we're onto something here. I don't know. Timing of this. Sorry, I was going somewhere with this and I just completely, my brain is mush at this point. Okay, I'm waiting. I don't know. DB, you okay? You okay, DB? Love always. I couldn't believe it. But at the same time, you just let people show themselves for who they are. If they don't want to believe this stuff, okay, that's on them. But to watch them, I don't ever want to see these people say they stand for victims while they sit there and actively take up for some fucking polished YouTuber. That's what she is. Like, they're taking a polished YouTuber who sells them stories over a victim and a victim's experience that she herself has been telling people. Like, what? But hey, this is what these true crime people are. It's not about actual victims. It's about the game of it all. They think these are all reality TV show situations. Lauren was pen pals with Lori in jail. Lauren Matthias wanted to interview Lori and was buttering up to her via religious Babel talk to woo her in hopes Lori would agree to interview with Lauren Matthias, promising Lori Valadego she'd pay Kobe, who is unaware he's become a pawn in Lauren Matthias' game too. Oh my God. Wait, what? Is that true? Did that get released? Crusha. What? Who uncovered that? Or is that what you think is potentially happening? Did that happen and there's proof of that? Or are you just believing this is a possibility? Oh God. Well, I would assume you would. I would assume you would have a good source in this. Oh God. I'm sorry, Crusha. Well, we've been hearing rumors. There is rumors going around. Everybody's been open about it. About admins or mods for channels that were supposedly in contact with Lori Vallow. Everybody's been pointing the fingers at different ones, so I'm not exactly sure who it is. People accused Grayson, and then people accused Lindsay. So I don't know if it was either one of them, but somebody was saying mods were also communicating. Annie said that on the Juicy Scoop or whatever, but didn't say who it was and didn't say it was one of her mods. So somebody's maybe, I don't know. Okay. Yeah. There's been rumors about this. Yeah. I don't know if it's either one of those people, but there has been rumors that there's been communication. So it doesn't surprise me at all. I don't know who it is, but all right, you guys, we have been here for 4 hours and 45 minutes. Again, I know these are long. My content is usually long form anyways, because it's important to listen to their words and let them speak for themselves. And in this situation, there's just so many different angles and avenues and wormholes, and everything connects to different pieces and has a deeper explanation or a backstory. And I'm not making this stuff up or trying to like make this salacious. It's just the truth. It really is the truth. Like, things that they are talking about link to different things, and it's really confusing. And then you realize they try to soften the LDS doctrine while saying that this is what it, like, it's wild. I don't even know. But I appreciate you guys so much for being here tonight with me. Good night, NorCal. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. And who? Is this all just to have value and worth? Because she was never the LDS, the typical LDS. So is this to determine her worth, or is there more to it? Is she a paid part of their reputation management? You know, I don't know. Hey, Cinnamon. You're welcome, Michelle. I'm glad you came back. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're burning their own kingdom down for sure, Crusha. Check my email and you'll find a way to contact me easily, and then we can talk and get together on the Mrs. Fancy Pants thing too, whenever you have time. No rush at all. do it at your guys' convenience. I'm around. So I hope you guys all have a wonderful rest of your night. We will go through some of these rabbit holes. And next week, I do have a crazy week. So it'll be sporadic again, just like this week was. I have appointments and stuff. But, and my work schedule is a little weird between that and appointments. Okay. So I'll see you guys possibly tomorrow, but more likely on and off this week. So, and we will get back into like breaking it down of her words versus the actual police reports and all of that. And we'll build out our timeline and continue to go with these connections as we go. I appreciate you guys all being here. They said good night, Kyle.
Good night, everybody.
You need to take that bean out. He stinks.
There's Kenzie. Kenzie's complaining about Hank's stinky booty.
Do you not smell it?
I'm not getting close enough to the dog. All right, you guys. Good night.